evening. We'll call the meeting to order. I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Ms. Hodges? Absent. Mr. Mills?
Your mic's not.
Mr. Oden?
Here.
Ms. Welch Fortune?
Here.
Mr. Kleindienst?
Here. I'll ask for a report on the posting of the agenda, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the agenda you have before you was posted in accordance with the government code requirements for special meetings. In addition, the council has been given tonight a folder that contains correspondence that has been received by our office since the distribution of that agenda.
Thank you. We'll now turn to public comments on matters listed on the agenda. This, again, we're working off the blue agenda. If you're following, there are 4 items on the special meeting. Anyone wishing to address the council on any of the 4 items, please come forward at this time. That's fine there, sure, Bill. Yeah. Just make sure the mic is on so we can hear you and we can record your comments. Good evening.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I did put. Here you go. There you go. Perfect. Don't time me yet. Okay. Good evening. First of all, I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'm not speaking as chairman of the Human Rights Commission. And I'm here
Bill,
tonight.
you have to give your name, sir.
Bill Feingold. And Tricia has my address and my phone number. I'm here seriously to say that I want the White Party to be a success, so I support whatever amendments you have to do to noise ordinance or whatever ordinances have to be amended for that weekend, so it's a successful event for the participants and the city. And I just want to give a few ideas I've been thinking about the economy and tourism facing the city. As we all know, we're at war and the economy is at best sluggish. Business and leisure travel are down. United Airlines is in bankruptcy court, and American Airlines is right behind it. This all bodes pretty poorly for tourism in the upcoming months, business and leisure travel. Gasoline prices are up. It's not a good picture. Corporations are cutting way back on travel and all events. Nabisco canceled their biggest event this coming Saturday at the Convention Center, which is a big loss for all of Palm Springs. I walked the whole city today and yesterday. That's why I'm tan. And we only have one industry, tourism. I didn't notice IBM building any corporate headquarters or anything different happening. So we really have to support tourism. I think the city and the council, we have to do a better job of welcoming promoters to the city who bring events, and I think we have to treat all the promoters equally. I would like to see this year, when the White Party does come here, the entire council greet the White Party and give them a proclamation. And not just for the White Party, I think every event this year, because you're sending a message that you might not agree with a certain event, but you're sending the message, you're welcome to Palm Springs. Have a good time, spend money, come back. I will pledge if Jerry Falwell comes with a convention, I will greet him and say welcome to Palm Springs. But I think that's your job as mayor and city council. You have to make this a much more business-friendly atmosphere for people. And lastly, it's a political year. And I will pledge, and I hope people running for office, people already in office, we shouldn't have divisive politics. Don't make political decisions this year to please certain people. I think we have to be unified, and we have to think about the business of Palm Springs, and we should work with tourism, with business, and be much more business-friendly with the economy and everything that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Ransom. I was with the Palm Springs Marquis Hotel for the last 17 years. I'm now working with Jeffrey Sanker and the White Party to produce the White Party this week. When Jeffrey first came to us 14 years ago with this idea of doing this party, we decided to take a chance on it. We ended up with about 600 guests, and we were on top of the world. Thought it was a great thing. Little did we know from that small beginning in 1990 that we would continue to grow to a world-famous event, bringing almost 20,000 people to the desert. The White Party has been working diligently with the various city agencies, the Special Events Committee, the Palm Springs PD, the CHP, the Fire Department regarding the White Party weekend. JS Enterprises, who produces the White Party, continues to donate heavily to the battle against AIDS. They continue to emphasize the danger of drugs and of unprotected sex and do everything possible to produce a safe weekend for their guests. I do quite a bit of traveling, and wherever in the world I'm at, if the White Party weekend comes into conversation, everybody thinks Palm Springs. They might not necessarily know where Palm Springs is, but they know that's where the White Party is held. The White Party, after 14 years, wants to make Palm Springs its definite home. So I asked the City Council to officially sanction the White Party event. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council?
No, go ahead. I'll let you go.
Hey, guys. My name is Michael Green, and I live at 555 San Lorenzo Road in Palm Springs. I'm a local business owner. I'm the president of the Desert Gay Tourism Guild, and I serve on the board of the Palm Springs Hotel and Hospitality Association. Tonight, I am speaking both for myself and my partner, Stephen, for the Desert Gay Tourism Guild, and for the Hotel and Hospitality Association, which voted unanimously to support the White Party. I know all of you, and I've worked with many of you, but I've not sat at this table with you a lot. That's very much on purpose. I understand the rights of the citizenry to come here and be here, but I also understand the responsibility to only do it when it's a matter that is important to our city and our community. We shouldn't be wasting time. We should be coming here with important messages. This is one of those important messages. Tonight, I urge each of you to vote in favor of suspending the regulatory ordinances for the 2003 White Party, as detailed in the memorandum from the city's Planning Department. I also hope that each of you will be on hand to welcome this event and its promoter back to our city for its 14th year and to officially sanction it. Jeffrey Sanker and JS Enterprises are important to our community. We need to show them that we understand that. We all know the immediate economic impact that the White Party brings each year, but I would argue that the true impact of the White Party goes well beyond its 3-day duration. People from around the United States and around the world hear about Palm Springs because of the advertising and the media attention that surrounds the White Party. They discover Palm Springs because of the White Party, and you know what? They then do what the rest of us have done. They fall in love with this city. They come back to this city over and over and over. They stay at our hotels, they shop at our retailers, and they eat in our restaurants. Sometimes they even move here and become residents. Please consider this when you vote tonight and vote in favor of suspending the ordinances. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilman. My name is Jeffrey Sanker. I'm the president of JS Enterprises and run the White Party. Well, it's the first time I've been sitting here in 13 years, so it's kind of unusual. But I'm really excited to be back, and I think we've been working with you for a long time in the city and trying to make everything work together. And I know we've had some problems in the past, and I think we've all been trying to work really diligently on changing those problems and having less and less problems every year. We're definitely headed in the right direction, and I think that every year it's getting better and better. The White Party provides a safe and fun place for people to come and to visit Palm Springs. And I think Palm Springs is such a great place, and people do come and, as Mark was saying, discover the beautiful town, and it's such a great place. And we really want to come back and be here and be officially recognized this year as a sanctioned event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to address the council?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Lauren Berthelson. I'm co-owner of Trotso Hotel. That's at 1600 East Palm Canyon Drive. I'm also on the board of directors with the DGTG and also, of course, a concerned citizen of Palm Springs. This is the 14th year for the White Party in Palm Springs. Obviously, I've only been around for the last year, which was a lot of fun. I'm very concerned that we bring this party back again this year, this event back. I believe the memorandum I read said it was $72,000 estimated addition to the occupancy tax, as well as an impact to the local revenue of about $1.8 million on the economy. That's money that we need to have in Palm Springs, especially given the softness of the economy, tourism, all the things that are going on right now. And in addition to the impact that goes forward from all the people that come into Palm Springs, go off and tell everyone about what a great time they had, what a welcoming city Palm Springs is, what a wonderful venue it is for this event. So I would urge you to follow the recommendations to suspend the noise ordinances for this event, as well as considering all the other events throughout the year and look at those on an individual basis, but primarily for this event for this time, and also to officially sanction this event and to do your part to welcome this event back to the city, recognizing the impact that it has on us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to address the council during public comments on matters listed on the blue agenda? Just yours?
Good evening, Mayor and the council members. My name is Aftab Dada, and I'm only here for the last 13 years as the general manager of the Hilton. And as Bill Ransom mentioned that the White Party's been here for 14 years. I've been dealing with JS Enterprises for the last 13 years. In the hospitality business, we do rate our customers. Customers that are rated as A, B, and C. JS Enterprises in our business is considered as a AAA customer, a customer that cannot be substituted, a customer that this city cannot afford to lose because he does have few more options in case we decided to not take care of this customer. And tonight you have in front of you the dates and the times that we would like to see the noise ordinance be suspended so we can satisfy our AAA customer, and I hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, the council, my name is Steve Fry. I'm at 1225 East Sunny Dunes Road. I'm a realtor here in town. I've been attending the White Party for the last 5 years. All in all, I think it's a very positive event. I would like to show my support for the lifting of the ordinances for this party. I think we should be encouraging more parties of this, not necessarily of this sort, but venues, organizers bringing in events. Palm Springs is primed for that, and the advertising alone that the city of Palm Springs gets from this event is quite amazing. The outreach that it makes, and it brings quite a bit of dollars. The type of people that come to these parties are not people that are running on a shoestring. These are people that come out here and they spend money. It's unfortunate that a small minority has gotten a bad reputation and a lot of publicity in town, but based upon the numbers that this party brings in, I think the negative is very minimal in comparison to the positive it brings to the city. And I would like, not just for this event, because I think it's, if you're going to do it for one event, you're going to want to do it for other events. We've got great weather and we should be promoting it, and when the economy is low like this, we should be doing everything we can to help bring these events into the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Dwayne Rohrbach. I'm the General Manager of the Wyndham Hotel, 888 Tockwitz Canyon Way. I spend about a little over $500,000 every year going after business to bring to Palm Springs. Not just my hotel, but to Palm Springs. When I find somebody that has an interest to come to Palm Springs, I invite them, I welcome them. I take their convention chairpersons, their promoters, organizers, whoever the decision leaders are with these groups. They're picked up at the airport in our town car. They're put in the best suite at the hotel because I know they have a lot of people to bring to Palm Springs. These people come to Palm Springs to enjoy the weather, to celebrate sometimes, to attend conventions, but more importantly, they go to our restaurants in town, they shop at our retail outlets, and I think that what we need to do as a community is support all the efforts that people, anybody that wants to come to Palm Springs, as they're in the hotel, before they leave the hotel, they're invited back, they're thanked for their business, and I think it's time that the city does the same thing. Tonight is the night that you can show your support and vote to suspend the noise ordinances for tonight and for future events of this nature. And thank you for your support.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to address the council on these issues?
Good evening, members of the council. Eric Langman, owner of the Palm Springs Travelodge Hotel and eternal board member of the Palm Springs Hotel and Hospitality Association. At any rate, I don't want to repeat what's already been said. I'm basically, it's all been said, pretty much, and we don't want to lose. We have groups of us who are looking for major events, and we're really racking our brains and trying to contact people to bring events to Palm Springs. And certainly those events like the White Party, which generate tons and tons of money for our city, tons and tons of free advertising for our city, and bring many people back again, as we say, later on. We certainly don't want to do anything that is going to take certainly the golden goose, if you will, and cause it any harm whatsoever. And I think this should go for other major things as well. I'm kind of reminded of a story of the city of Hamelin in Germany that had in the 1500s, had a rat problem. And they hired a piper who got rid of the rats. But then the city council decided all of a sudden it didn't want to pay him. Well, he got his own way. He took the dearest thing in their hearts and robbed them of him by taking their children away. Well, we're not talking about losing our children, but we're talking about losing the next dearest thing to us, and that is a heck of a lot of money for our city. Thank you very much. I wish you would approve all of the motions that have been suggested to you this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Jeannie, Mr. Mills, Mr. Oden, Mr. Mayor. My name is John Williams, and my partner and I own Indulge Palm Springs in the Warm Sands neighborhood of Palm Springs. And I'm here this evening, like everyone else, to encourage you to vote for the suspension of the noise ordinance for the weekend of the upcoming White Party. Palm Springs is known worldwide as a welcoming community for lesbian and gay tourists. Through the efforts of many of our gay-owned hotels and businesses in Palm Springs, along with the efforts of our Bureau of Tourism, we have developed a strong gay travel market. By combining the TOT collected in the gay hotels with the TOT collected during major citywide events in the mainstream hotels, we can easily demonstrate that at least 15% of the hotel business in Palm Springs is gay business. And by including the gay tourists staying in the other hotels throughout the year, this percentage may reach 20 or 25%. Gay tourism is probably our single most important market for the city of Palm Springs. And now the White Party. The White Party is unquestionably the most important gay event in Palm Springs each year. The White Party is advertised nationally and even internationally by the promoter for months before the event. The White Party in Palm Springs has become the place to be in gay travel circles. The publicity for our city generated by this event in the gay community is fantastic. And more importantly, the White Party put Palm Springs on the gay map years ago. Many of the folks who come to White Party come back other times throughout the year and for years afterwards. The White Party is the lightning rod for gay tourism in Palm Springs. But what about the noise? It's loud. There's no question that it's loud. But so is the motorcycle weekend, and so is Rocktoberfest. In a tourist community, we the residents sometimes have to make accommodation for certain events that benefit our economy. And I understand that Mr. Sanker is working hard with city officials to curb the noise as much as possible. I ask you as council members and leaders of our community to make the decision to suspend the noise ordinance for this event, for the sake of the gay community and for gay tourism and for the economic benefit realized by the entire community during the White Party. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to address the council on items before us?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm Mary Jo Ginther, General Manager of the Hyatt and President of the Palm Springs Hotel and Hospitality Association. I know Michael already spoke on behalf of the Hotel Association tonight. I am actually here on behalf of the Hyatt. We enjoy a great spin-off business from the White Party. We don't have the parties. We don't have the nightlife, but we certainly do have the occupancy. And we have great groups that come and stay with us, and they come and stay with us because of the White Party. So I really ask you to think seriously about it. It's a great weekend for us. It's a great week for us. We enjoy a higher average rate, a higher occupancy, and great groups that come and visit us, and that's what we're all about. So I know a lot of it has to do with just welcoming groups to the city as a whole. I beseech you to really think about that. It's important to us. We need your support. We need your commitment. We can't do it without you. And I welcome Jeffrey Sanker, and hopefully we'll be back to you for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council during public comments? Very good. Seeing no one, we'll close public comments. First item on the agenda is indeed the White Party, 2003 White Party. Mr. Reddy, your staff's report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I would ask Mr. Evans, our Director of Planning, to address the council and give the staff report. He's been working on the ordinances. With that, Doug, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is an item that we're bringing to you in respect to the type of event it is and the fact that the event has some activities which have pushed the envelope of the city's ordinances. In the first few years, it was a relatively small event. In the past few years, it's gotten much larger, and with that, in particular, has brought larger and larger sound systems to accommodate the size of the event and the number of participants. In order to accommodate the event, we felt it would be better to come to council and request that the council consider suspending certain regulatory ordinances so that the city staff is not put in a position where we have to take enforcement action against an event that we know is here, we know what they're going to do, and we know the activities quite well. From the standpoint of the ordinances that we need to take a look at, the first one is the noise ordinance. It's probably the most significant one for the promoter. It has to do with not only the type of sound systems that they use, but also the duration of the events, and I'll cover that in a moment. There's another section of the city's ordinance. It's under nuisances, and it's a noise nuisance provision. It's a very brief paragraph provision. We feel that if you're going to suspend the noise ordinance, you should probably also take a look at that one so that the enforcement people are not put in a position where one ordinance is suspended and another one is not. The dance permit ordinance is one that is rarely looked at in the community. As I was going through the event and looking at the various activities, I've got to tell you that I had a very humorous moment when I read the prohibition in the city of Palm Springs. Currently, we have an ordinance on the books that says you cannot dance between 2 a.m. and 9 a.m. in a public place. And that's on private property, public property, or other places. I don't think anybody knew that that was there. And it probably goes back many, many years to a day when dancing was looked at in a very restrictive manner. The sign ordinance is another ordinance that we've recommended in the staff report. I did inadvertently forget putting it in the resolution, and the suspension of the sign ordinance would be so we don't have to go out and approve and review every temporary sign that goes on every venue. We just thought that might be labor intensive. We can work with the promoters on the main key signs and make sure that they're done in a reasonable location, but not get into permitting all of the signs that the facility or the activity would have. The event is as April 18th through the 20th. They have multiple venues. I won't go through each venue in detail. As far as the activity, Not Soak City is going to have an event on Friday that is consistent with the types of events they have on a regular basis. Originally, Knott's did not request that the noise ordinance be suspended for that event, but we did get a follow-up letter where the promoter suggested that we suspend the noise ordinance there. In the past, we've been able to balance things, and I think Knott's manages the noise quite well. They have a very keen sense of that since they've been in the managing of attraction facilities for many years in the Buena Park area, and they've got good relations with their neighbors. I don't think the ordinance needs to be suspended there, but the promoters have asked that you add that one also. The Wyndham Pool Party is an afternoon event, also on Friday. We've talked to the applicant about that, and they're going to redo the sound system, reorient it, and they did provide some additional material regarding their overall sound systems in the letter that we faxed out to the council as a supplemental item. The big event is the actual White Party. It's at the Convention Center. They expect approximately 7,000 people. It's an all-indoor event, and in talking to the Convention Center, they did a couple of years ago get some noise complaints, but evidently in the past they've not had noise complaints that are actually attributed to events at the Convention Center. Complainants might claim that the noise is coming from the Convention Center, but when they've researched the dates of those complaints, they're probably coming from the Wyndham Hotel or the Arenas Road property. The Wyndham Hotel Party on Saturday, which is an afternoon, early evening event. Again, careful sound, and it really falls under the same criteria as the previous one. The next event, the largest as far as spectators, it's approximately 7,500 people, would be at the Arenas Road lot between Calle Encilia and Calle El Segundo. This is basically a grassed-in lot. It's been used for this outdoor event. It is a dance party. They bring a Ferris wheel in. If the council adopts the resolution as we've drafted it, technically you would also be issuing a carnival permit, and in the carnival permit it also allows dancing. So our ordinances are very much intertwined when I actually started going through them. On Sunday there's two activities. One is a day activity at the Wyndham Hotel. It's a dance pool party. The evening activity is a 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. Activity in the Wyndham Ballroom and around the pool. And we've talked to the applicant during the SEP meeting and after. They're going to start adjusting the sound system starting at 10 p.m. outdoors, and then move everybody indoors by 12 at night, and then let the activity continue to 5 a.m. indoors at the Wyndham in their ballroom. We took this to the special events planning team as a review item this week. In the past, this activity has not consistently gone through that committee. It's always been viewed by that group as a private property activity. That group primarily deals with public property activity. We ran it by the planning team on a couple of bases. One, to make sure that the police and fire department were on board with the event. They are. In fact, they had made previous arrangements even before my involvement for police and fire services. And in the past, they've invoiced, the city has invoiced the promoter, and the promoter reimburses the city for all expenses, and we put the amounts that we estimate in your staff report. In addition, we did ask for a $1,500 deposit for trash removal and street sweeping, things of that nature. In the past, we've had to do a little bit of cleanup around the perimeter, and we did talk to the streets people about that, and the promoter's aware of that additional funds. It's my belief that if the amount of money goes up a little bit as far as city services, this promoter has been pretty consistent in the past about making sure they reimburse the city for our cost. I'm not going to go through the community benefits. I think some of the members of the public have already talked about that. There is some fundraising that goes along with this event, as well as the transient occupancy tax and other general benefits to the community. At the SEP meeting, we did have a discussion about the event. I think the prime concern has to do with the hours of operation and the fact that the event does have fairly loud outdoor music, the fact that we probably will have some complaints, that it's fairly awkward to respond to complaints that in theory could be at unusual times of the day, either very late or during the day. possibly on a Sunday afternoon. That they're, the event timing, being Easter weekend, is a time that many people may associate with fairly quiet time. So there was some discussion about that. There was a concern about the fireworks show and whether or not the fireworks show this year would be a good option for the event relative to people being confused as to what might occur. Nobody expects a fireworks show on a Sunday evening of Easter. There was some concern. The fireworks that are proposed this year are not intended, and they're not using the loud exploding fireworks that you would normally have when you're trying to get that concussion sound. They're going to take all of those types of fireworks out. There will be some noise with the fireworks. There's no way to avoid that, but they're not putting in the loud fireworks that we normally would have in a fireworks show. That's at 9 p.m. on Sunday night, so it is an awkward time. The promoter agreed to do some PR work in the newspaper as well as with surrounding property owners to make sure that people are at least given the opportunity to understand what's going to go on Sunday evening relative to fireworks. But the SEPT group, there was some concern about that. Maybe this year in particular it'd be appropriate to tone it down a little bit. That was not a recommendation, it was a comment. Relative to safety, we've already talked about the primary issues. There was a concern about having availability of paramedics for transport. Evidently in the past, the EMTs that they bring in on private contract have done some transport, and there's some rules and regulations that they're not supposed to do any transport. That completes our report. I do have a revised resolution that adds the sign ordinance in. And again, the applicant is asking that the council add in the Oasis Water Park. That completes my report, Mr. Mayor. Knots. It's going to be really hard for me to make that change forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Council, questions? Doug, on a couple of sites you mentioned they were going to take the party at the convention center indoors at midnight. Which of those two nights is that one planned on? The Saturday or Sunday or both?
The indoor would be
April 20th?
That would be Saturday. No, excuse me. That would be Sunday night, April 20th. That's the poolside, and then it goes from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m.
But you mentioned it's going to go indoors at 12.
Yeah. That's a Saturday. Sunday. Yeah, that's Sunday. 9 p.m. to 2 a.m.
That's the outdoor pool party. You should have your noise contained and closed off on the outside by midnight, and they'll be indoors by midnight.
The intent is to go indoors at midnight and start turning the music down outdoors at 10 p.m. I think what they're going to try to do this year is instead of having huge banks of speakers, concert style, they're going to try to place the speakers about the event outdoors. So you have a few more speakers, and they don't have to be that big concert style bank of speakers. Kind of direct the speakers inward, and that's a pretty common way to do things. They do that at the Hollywood Bowl. That's one of the things they've done for noise mitigation there, is more speakers, fewer large concert level speakers that just blast from the stage out.
Mr.
Oden.
What are the costs generally that the promoter pays at the end of the event?
The city cost, police department estimates their cost at somewhere between $6,600 and a little over $7,000. The police chief has an outline of exactly what that entails. The fire department estimates their cost this year for inspection and other services, so that they're on site, and because of the size of the crowd, at $2,640. And then the streets people estimate they need possibly up to about $1,500 for general cleanup around the site.
Okay, I was asking because based upon what has been paid historically, the bond for the trash cleanup just seems kind of, $1,500 for the trash cleanup after 14 years of paying all of these significant costs. Certainly I believe that it'll be paid.
We could certainly just send an invoice if that's the council's pleasure.
Then with that, I will move the resolution. I don't have the new one, so based upon what you've said, that includes the sign ordinance and knots.
I'll second it.
Knots is in there, isn't it?
The suspension of noise ordinance
Yes, but not
for
this.
knots is not in even the revised resolution. We will add that at the council's direction so that the clerk will have one on file that has all of the items the council's asked for.
Okay. Got a motion by Mr. Oden and a second by Ms. Rella Spurgeon. Additional comments or questions by council?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mills.
Doug, you said on Sunday, April 20th, when it would move indoors at midnight.
Yes.
You said till 5. The
I
paper
think I-
says till 2.
2.
Is it 2 or 5?
I believe it's till 2, let me see. 5 a.m., excuse me.
So that what's on our staff report's incorrect? then?
Yes.
Okay. And on the, again, on the 20th, on Arenas, you talked about the pyrotechnics not being noise, but just show. Is that basically what you're talking?
It's, the way it was described to me, it's a different type of pyrotechnic that doesn't have the show. It doesn't have what I'd call the real loud bombs. You know, it's primarily going to be a visual display, although the fire representative said you will hear it, but it's not going to be a traditional loud fireworks display. And it's relatively short. They do fire the fireworks off of an existing building, and they make all the arrangements to make sure it's safe.
And we had in our packet a plan of the Arenas Road site. But you know, in that plan, it does not deal with locations of speakers. I mean, do you have any information on how the layout of that works?
We're in the process of working that out with the applicant. We've been discussing, this diagram was done prior to the discussions that we had about taking a look at the speaker location. At this location, we're actually going to issue a land use permit in addition to the suspending of ordinances because it's on private property. And we'll take a look at that layout and try to do our best to try to position it. And then their sound company's going to have to work. They're going to be the experts on how to get the same effect without, you know, just having a bank of speakers facing south.
So we're being asked to approve something without knowing what that is at this time.
We would have to work that out with the applicant. It's not available at this time.
And how does that happen?
Through the land use permit process.
Okay.
Be a
In the
staff
process
approval.
okay.
Staff approval permit for a festival or fair at this particular location.
Does the land use permit apply at Knott's, or is Knott's already
Knott's is
allowed
a
those?
facility that's designed for it, so it's fine at the Wyndham Hotel. I'm still evaluating whether or not it's a special activity at the hotel and they need a land use permit there. It's a fairly straightforward routine matter to issue one. I want to make sure that every permit is in place and in order if they're needed. And we're working with the applicant on working on those issues.
And you have every year.
Well, in the past, we haven't.
You haven't worked with them.
The challenge in the past is this is an event that, you know, has been to SEPT a few times, but it's kind of gone through the permit system without all the permits. So this year, we're trying to pull everything together. And I think it's to the advantage of the community as well as the event to just put everything in place so that there, you know, come Monday morning, we don't have to answer questions that we don't have the best answers for.
It's with that, again, historically, this has never gone through this process. We have never suspended ordinances. They have never been authorized to have these activities at these hours. There's been a breakdown, if you will, in some of the process.
Yeah, my belief, I thought it was going through SEPT, and I don't participate directly in We found out a few years ago that it was kind of coming in between the two operations.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Roden.
So they were actually going through a permit process, but we changed this process to make it better for everyone. It wasn't that it was like an unauthorized event or anything. They did have permits, et cetera.
Well, they operated on the belief that they could use the Marquee property as part of the Marquee property, and it was like an extension of the.
And what did we operate under?
We really should be doing the land use permits and what we're doing this year.
SEPT is a planning team. It issues no permits.
Yeah. They do make recommendations on public-related type events. This event really doesn't fit the SEPT program as it's currently envisioned. Obviously, we probably need to fine-tune it, because when we have big events like this that are at multiple venues, it's a bit unusual because of the amount of activity back and forth, and it's the type of activity. I think we'd like to see a lot more foot traffic between our venues day in and day out.
Let me go through this on page 1A on this chart on your staff report, just to make sure my times are right. You got knots from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. That goes into Saturday morning. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you start at the Wyndham at a pool party 10 a.m. till 5 p.m. And then at that point, the 9 p.m. Soak City starts. So that's just your Friday into Saturday. Then Saturday, you start at 10 a.m. at the Wyndham with a pool party that goes all day till 6. And then there's a convention center dance party from 9 to 5 a.m. of Sunday. Is that right?
Correct.
And then on Sunday, as you're coming out of the 5 o'clock in the morning close of the dance party, you then start with a 10 a.m. dance party that goes all day till 5. But then at 4 o'clock on that same day, you start at Arenas with the party at the park, I guess, from 4 to 9 p.m. And then you come back to the Wyndham for the Sunday night, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Monday morning?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if the event is indoors, why are we suspending the ordinance? It's indoors. Assumedly, the event is contained within a building, the noise is not a relevant issue.
In the past, there has been, complaints about the convention center. The council doesn't necessarily have to. If there is a complaint and we know the event is on, and in particularly the large events with large number of people, it's my belief that it would be a very awkward situation for the police department to have to go into the facility and ask them to turn the music down. In the event we do get that complaint, it's a crowd control issue.
We authorize someone to operate a bar downtown, play music indoors. Doors are closed. We don't much care because the noise is contained. It's when the noise comes outside, we have concerns. Why aren't those same rules in order here? If it's indoors, there's no reason to suspend the ordinance because you're not violating it. You're indoors. But when you come outside the building, you can no longer contain the noise, then wouldn't a noise ordinance come into play? If the assurance of the promoter is it's an indoor function, then that should in fact suffice the concerns of noise. Why suspend an ordinance? It's not requesting to be outdoors.
Well, if you have a facility that doesn't have noise insulation enough to keep from violating the sign ordinance, then you're going to have a problem. The sign ordinance isn't based on indoors or outdoors; it's just based on noise.
Yeah,
I mean the noise ordinance. Yeah.
Here's the issue that I see, and it's one that has to do with the types of entertainment, the types of music, and the types of sound system. Bass sound through a large sound system is not stopped in the same fashion as the higher frequency sounds that will be stopped by buildings. Higher frequency sounds also attenuate or lessen faster over distance than bass sounds. And the bass sounds will not sometimes be audible outside of a building, but the next building over, inside the building, you may hear the bass sound. And it's a matter of the acoustics. And I can thank the city for helping me learn acoustics back in the windmill days because I
the WEX.
spent weeks with acoustic consultants talking about low-frequency sound. And those are the types of complaints that we've had. You know, it's no different than when the boom box in the trunk of a car drives by your street. You know, you're not sure if it's a freight train coming down the street or a boom box until it's really close and you can actually distinguish what it is. So that's my concern, and that's why I would suggest that you suspend. You know, if the event duration is this and it's an indoor concert level sound, it gets real quiet in Palm Springs after 2 a.m.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mills.
Doug, I'm curious why you don't think they need a suspension at Knott's and they think they do.
Well, when I wrote the staff report, the management at Knott's specifically did not want a suspension. Their position was that they manage music themselves, that they have criteria in the park that they make everybody comply with, and that they did not need the noise ordinance suspended. It was after the SEP meeting, and it's the letter that came in yesterday, that the promoter came in and suggested or recommended that they suspend that ordinance. Personally, having worked on events at Oasis Water Park for many years and dealt with the neighbors, I'd be concerned if we suspend it and they bring in a different sound system than what the management at Knott's is comfortable with. Now, they assure us they'll self-manage. We've balanced the noise issues over at the Knott's facility over the years. So it wasn't in their original request, and their manager didn't think they needed originally.
And my question is along that line: are they using the Knott's system, or are they bringing in an additional system or another system other than the Knott's system?
Well, when Knott's has an outdoor party like this, they bring in a system. They normally manage it. In this case, the promoter's bringing in a system. When I first met with the Knott's representatives, they indicated that they would still manage it at the same noise level or sound level that they would with any other event. It's their request. You know, I just put it forth as their request at this point. That's why it was changed since the staff report.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Oden.
A few years ago, when we all attended a function there,
You and I did. I don't know if we all did. You and I did.
Yeah. And it was sponsored by U.S. Filter, now Vivendi, and they had a band. And it wasn't until afterward that, you know, we received a lot of complaints about the event. So I think if they are under it, they're probably adding an extra blanket to protect themselves, and so that there's no confusion within the community. The one thing that I like about what has come forward is that everyone has had an opportunity to give some input, because we want this to be the best event possible for the community and to protect everyone. If we know what to expect, then we can plan accordingly. So I really appreciate that fact very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oden. Doug, what has been done to notify the neighbors around some of these properties, those which have complained in the past? Mr. Oden did, in fact, recall the Beach Boy party at the Oasis Water Park, and it was Oasis then, by the way. And their concern about noise, they came from the people around the golf course, Seven Lakes, even some of the condos as far away as where we start our golf course. How are we notifying these neighbors of the fact that we're going to have a party going on until 2 o'clock in the morning?
The SEPT group did recommend that they notify, the adjoining property owners of the event. In the immediate downtown area, that's a fairly confined area. Obviously the complaints may come from afar. It's pretty difficult to notify a long distance by direct mail. The idea was to do it by newspaper as well as some direct noticing, and we can help them put notices together. If you're going to do a suspended noise ordinance activity, I just let the council know I think you better ask me to work with them very carefully about their sound system, because if you suspend it, in theory, there's no top end. And over there, you're dealing with single-family residential property owners that have been accustomed to not having entertainment venues or activities at that facility for a long time. And as I think the council members that attended when the Beach Boys were doing their sound check, the complaint started.
Calls came in.
It didn't take very long. So that's a little bit different noise environment over there, and you don't have the big buildings around it.
When Oasis was constructed back in the 80s, under the noise mitigation of your initial environmental assessment, it said that the noise will not be audible outside the property lines. How do you address that when in fact it will be? If the assessment based on the approvals and all the resolutions that followed it state that, how do we deal with that conflict? Simply by suspending the ordinance, it's no longer relevant?
Yes, that would be one way. The other way is asking them to manage the noise, the music in a way that it does not affect their neighbors. Suspending the ordinance gives the protection that the police don't have to automatically go out and enforce the ordinance.
So give me an idea of what someone who's concerned about the noise from their home at 2 o'clock in the morning, and they call, obviously, the police, because they'll call you on Monday, mind you, they'll be able to get you at 2 o'clock. What's their response? What do they state? It is a city-authorized event. The city has waived the noise ordinance. The city council has taken action.
Yes.
What is the response that the community gets at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I'm not sure how the chief is going to coach his dispatchers who take the calls or his watch commander, but at least this year they would be able to respond that this is an approved event. It's got all the necessary permits and requirements, and you'll have to indulge the fact that there will be some inconvenience during the event. In the past, they haven't really had a good answer as to how it fits in. And at that point, if somebody pushes real hard and demands that the ordinances be enforced, police department is in a very awkward position of enforcing, ordinances that in advance of the event we knew that they would probably exceed.
We were working on a special events sort of subcommittee trying to define special events, the ordinances and how it's controlled. What do we use as a guideline to say, well, that's a minor amount of complaints, we're okay with it, versus that's a major amount? Is there a threshold? Is it proximity to residential? I know in some of the sound ordinances, the noise ordinances, there's concerns about proximity, duration, the consistency of the noise. Is it the intent of these events, the three of them, and I look at the ones that are really late night more than daytime, are they consistent noise? Is it on again, off again, on again? How does this work? In the case of even the arenas, you're right across the street from residential. It's not a question of how close are you, it's across the street. And there were some complaints that came from those residents, and there were some complaints that came from, obviously, the residents. So what do you use as a guideline? Give us some ideas to why, in fact, this is okay, and if this is okay, how is it that another promoter, because one of the comments was, if you do it for this event, you should do it for other events. So let's say someone heard that and says, hey, let's bring our event in because the city of Palm Springs waives the ordinances till 5 o'clock in the morning. When do we start saying, well, no, that one, we don't do it? I mean, what are the guidelines that say this is a good one versus a bad one?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Rode.
I think one of the guidelines you use is a historical track record.
Yeah.
We have an event that's been coming to our community for 14 years. And so we know that we can work together and we work to resolve whatever the issues are that confront us within the community. And while we did receive some noise complaints, we don't have a record of how many people left their homes and brought their children out and came to the event to watch the fireworks and to ride in the Ferris wheel and to do all of those other things. So I think, we don't want to just look at one side of what happened at the event. It was a community event, and the community came out to enjoy it. And with that...
And I can appreciate that, but I'm just trying to figure out what are the standards by which we govern. We took action as a council some years ago to forbid, we do not permit any noise, music-generated noise, at the Sun Stadium, at the ballpark, because of the noise it generates and how it interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the neighborhood across the street. So why is it something that we guard there but not elsewhere? How do I apply something universally? And the difficulty, of course, and I apologize for these concerns, but I think everyone knows my concerns on some of these suspensions of prior ordinances. I've got a concern when noise goes past 10 o'clock. It shouldn't surprise anybody. If you watched last week's meeting, I was concerned about Rocktoberfest going past 10 o'clock. So this is not something new that should shock anybody. I've always had a concern about noise that goes into the wee hours. And I'm just trying to figure out, how is this being governed? Because even though my position will be determined at the end of the vote, I will still be questioned and queried as to how could this be possible. And I want to try to substantiate some council finding as to why, not at Sun Stadium, but okay at the other three venues with the same kind of residential proximity. So that's what I'm looking for, some kind of a guideline that governs that.
The council, and the staff have not developed a precise guideline. The council over the years has taken a look at special events, their benefit to the community for a broad range of events. I mean, I've received the telephone calls from the road races. The business owner that can't conduct business, and they're trying to yell at me on the phone as the cars go by. And, the fact that there's a temporary inconvenience, whether it be something like that, Rocktoberfest, we've got the bike weekend brings in an issue that we've debated, a range of issues, as well as the noise issue. So it's each event historically has been done on a case-by-case basis as to community value and the council's decision that it's important. I can tell you that if the council wanted to have outdoor events, just by answering the phone in our office, we could probably have 6 more a year. The market fair, comes up 3 or 4 times a year. Currently, the city has a noise ordinance that doesn't have exemptions. So it has to be a pretty strong event that's of community-wide interest and has a lot of impact on the community before I think, at least from my staff's perspective, we'd say, this is something that should be looked at for suspension of ordinances. There is a draft policy for special events that's been worked up. I think one of the areas we probably need to beef up is, special events that occur on private property. And the community may or may not want outdoor, music venues in the community, but they certainly could be used for community promotion at a number of places. I've got a local promoter that would do a jazz festival at the stadium in a heartbeat.
A heartbeat, understood.
Would love to do it.
Any number of musical events could occur there, yeah.
I think the real difference of this one is the duration and getting past the 2 a.m. issue, and I just, out of an abundance of caution, is why I don't think we should, stop the suspension at 2 a.m. and then find out that we have to go in on an enforcement mode and deal with turning the music down. It's a difficult position for the police department to be in.
Well, I think the police need to do a better job of how they answer the telephone when they get complaints, instead of just saying there's nothing I can do about it, or I just think that they need to be trained a little better in how to address that. My opinion on this is that, we are a city of diversity, and that's what we keep proclaiming to be. And although I don't go to the White Party, it doesn't mean that it shouldn't exist. There are people that attend this, want to attend this, and it should occur. John, your comment about that it was for the sake to please approve this because it was for the sake of the gay and lesbian tourism. It's for the sake of our community, I think. It doesn't matter whether they're gay or lesbian. It's just the right thing to do. And what time was that dance? You can't dance between what and what?
Well,
I think I broke the law.
It's a personal question. I just can't dance.
Yeah, well, I know.
See, we can't help that, Doug.
From
That's,
2 a.m.
we're not here to fix that problem, I assure
I
you.
think I erred this morning at work. I might have danced down the hall before I should have, but, that just goes to show you that our ordinances are, yes, there you go. Our ordinances are out of date, and maybe we need to update it, particularly with a promoter that's come here for 14 years and brought this kind of economy to us.
And then we've inadvertently approved little special events here and there at nightclubs where they go past 2 a.m. with no alcohol, and it wasn't until I started thumbing through the municipal code that this one popped out.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Oden.
I could be arrested every morning because I turn on my radio first thing and I dance. With that, I will call for the question.
Well, I appreciate that advisement. I want to make sure that all debate has been exhausted. Mr. Mills, additional comments?
I just like to make just Doug, in the past, what events that we're looking at here did not exist? Was the Soak City one here in the
Soak City.
past? Is that new?
Soak City is new this year.
That's new. Are there any other ones that are new?
I would have to defer to the promoter.
I don't mean all 14 years. I mean just say in the last
I think
year.
they're pretty consistent, but I'd have to defer to the promoter on each individual event. There's always been a Wyndham pool party. There's always been the Arenas Road, or at least for quite a long time. But whether or not each one of these events occurred last year, you'd have to ask them. I didn't get a venue schedule from last year.
Okay. I would request the motion in a second that we're taken care of on the land, where they have to get the land use permit. They've got to come to you anyway, right? I would request that we could add to that motion that in all the events that we're asking for the suspension of the noise ordinance, that they meet with the planning department and develop a plan for speaker location so we can make it the best that we can make it. And I don't think that's anything I don't think that's anything more than we've ever asked anyone that we've suspended the ordinance for. Doug, is that, I mean, usually we ask for that.
The SEPT group normally looks at speaker location, and we can certainly help coordinate that. And I don't think unless the promoter's shaking his head differently, I think we can work on that.
It's a sign of affirmation back there, as I can tell.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Oden.
my question is, what expertise do we have on our SEP team to make that kind of determination?
No, he said the planning.
Ask the planning.
Which would be Doug.
Well, you would have to do that.
I would get involved in it, yes, I would.
Okay, now I know you have some experience with sound, but in the entertainment industry, what would be your experience?
Mike?
It's not dancing, he's already said that.
Really bad dancing. It would be my general understanding of acoustics that I've gained over many years of working with different types of land uses. And they're going to have to bring in their sound person, and by asking questions about how you orient it.
So if you differ with their sound person, what happens?
We have a disagreement and we work it out, and I do that almost every day on a wide range of issues.
Does that mean you give up your Easter weekend?
I'm going to be working with them in advance of this.
That's a no, didn't it? Yeah, that's a no. He's going to be in advance. Take the papers with you. See you on Monday.
And
Okay.
If it's the council's pleasure for us to work with them, we certainly can, and that's something that I'm confident with a sound person that understands sound, that we can probably help them. At least we would know how it's set up, and if it didn't work, what we shouldn't do next year.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll amend it so that we work with staff. Just my closing comment. My concerns are waged and levied against everybody. I mean, whenever I've talked about noise or waiving of ordinances, it has been with regards to any event that has come before us. The events that don't come before us, I raise questions about it as to why did it happen. But in this case, this is not in any way a concern about the White Party. It is a concern about the noise that comes from this event. And I leave it as a generic statement. This is an event that is asking us to suspend for 3 days many ordinances that I think define our quality of life. That's all an ordinance is. It is what defines who we are as a community. We want to restrict this, permit this. And I can agree with the idea of suspending. I have, in fact, gone on record suspending ordinances in the past. The concern I have is, and I think it's almost seemingly obvious, I asked what the bookmakers were going to, lay the odds on my on my vote tonight, based on just the record of the past 60 days. I have a reluctance, if not a complete hesitancy, to permit my support for suspension of noise ordinances that go beyond a 10 o'clock hour. Regardless of location, regardless of activity, I have just always had that concern. And if I have ever voted in that way opposite, let me know where that was. But I just don't feel comfortable telling the people that I represent it's okay this time to have people make noise next to your house, whether it's across the street or within earshot, till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. So please don't take anything I do personally here. I'm doing what I've got to do to, I think, protect the quality of life in Palm Springs. Okay? I hope that's clear. All right. With that, I'll ask for a roll call.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Oden?
Aye.
Ms. Ross Spurgeon?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Nope. Passes 3-1. Ordinances have been suspended for those 3 dates as indicated in the resolution. Gentlemen, good luck with your white party this year. We'll turn to item 2, which is the Convention Center Phase 1 Schedule Recovery Plan. Sorry? Oh, you want them to vacate? Okay. We will bring staff up for their, set up for their presentation. Gene took my water. Troy's up. Troy, give me a water, Troy. Give me water. Just warm. Don't even get cold. Just the warm one's fine. Chris, no, you can't have any.
No, but you have a heater that goes under the table?
Why?
I'll take care of that next. Mr. Water?
I didn't know we were at recess. We were actually letting the chamber empty. We weren't actually in recess. All right, let's go to item 2. Mr. Reddy, your staff reports.
Thank you, members of council. This is a request for a recovery plan and administrative change order for the Convention Center Phase 1. And with that, I would ask Al Smoot, who's in charge of this project, to give the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Mr. Mayor, members.
I'll move the staff's recommendation. I'm serious.
And I'm seconding.
Okay?
That
Questions
completes
or
our
comments?
report.
Call for the question.
Ask for a roll call, please.
Mr. Mills?
Why?
Aye.
Mr. Oden?
Aye.
Ms. Ross Spurgeon?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. 4-0. It's unanimous. Item 3, Airport Terminal Access Roadway.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is Spaghetti Road at the airport that
Spaghetti
for
Road.
FAA and security purposes, Al Smoot, Director of the airport, has that request for the contract approval for the architect. Al?
Yes.
You guys want to staff report?
Mr. Mayor, members of council. I don't refer to it as Spaghetti Road, but we are here to request that you approve a contract award so that we can begin construction of the project. We
I'll move
passed-
that.
Motion by Rochelle Spurgeon, second by Mr. Oden. Any questions or comments?
Just one question.
Please.
Just thought
There's
I'd
time for
try
that,
to
sir,
get
by
it
all
in.
means.
Okay. Al, at the entry, as you're coming into the inspection area and you're driving by that big open area on your left as you're traveling west, did that end up being landscaped or not? How is it treated?
When you're coming in from the east,
When you keep coming from the east going west and then you make the right turn to go into the airport and the inspection station?
it's partially landscaped and partially a rock basin with colored rock in it that Michael designed. And
But it is all
oh, the whole
treated.
thing looks treated and looks
Right.
like it's all part of a singular plan.
great. Thank you.
I'll just 2 quick questions based on 3A4, the little map that shows after construction. Is the gas station, the fueling station, in the same location it's in now? Or is it eventually going to get relocated into that sort of U-shaped area?
Since we don't have all the
Into this area here.
that's where it's going to eventually go, but they haven't been through the planning commission and gone
Okay.
through that process yet. So we're, at this point, it stays where it is, but we're doing all the improvements all the way around it to
I just want to get
make a home
clarification.
for it.
Council did a lot of work trying to make sure the contract with Energy was amended and so on. I thought we were going to build a new station, but it didn't show it, just to clarify. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, council, okay, is there a motion on the floor with this?
Yes.
And a second? Let the record show that I have been non-supportive, I won't say in opposition, non-supportive of the plan because of some of the flow capabilities of this. So that will reflect the nature of my vote when it comes up. Roll call, please.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Oden?
Aye.
Ms. Ross Spurgeon?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
No. 3-1 passes. Item 4 is TSA offices. Transportation Security Administration, Mr. Reddy.
Members of council, this is a request that is paid for by the FAA, and again, it is with the TSA. Actually, their security offices in space in the airport. And again, Mr. Smoot will give the report.
I'll move that amended order.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just one quick question.
Mr. Mills.
Sorry, geez. Sorry for slowing things down here. Mr. Smoot, the area that this tenant improvement is going into, it says in the report it was intended to be used by tenants for tenant improvement space, but for what? And what are we giving up by putting that in here?
It was designed for a combination of different types of offices. It would have primarily been utilized by the airlines for some of their line services to where they would have offices right directly there. There's still plenty of room for that. And in the 4 years that we've been open, nobody's taken advantage of it.
Okay.
So I think we've still got the ability to do that if we need to.
Okay, thank you.
Just a statement based on your staff report so that the community understands this. Mr. Smoot, how many airport employees do you have on the airport campus? Airport employees?
55.
And your report indicates you have 160 TSA.
That's what it will be when it's fully staffed.
So you're going to have 3 times as many TSA than you will your own staff.
We work efficiently.
Well, you can do your own editorializing there, that's fine. I just bring it to the community's attention that because of what happened on 9/11 in this country, the federal government has determined that we have to elevate the amount of security from what Mr. Smoot's prior level of staff was, which stays in place, if you will, but adds 160 employees in this airport. Imagine what it is in the larger ones. 160 employees, 3 times what we have just to run the airport. Just sort of an observation. Pretty amazing. And now we got to build offices, obviously, for that purposes. All right, you've got a motion and a second. I'll ask for a roll call. No? Yeah, roll call.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Oden?
Aye.
Ms. Phyllis Spurgeon?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. It's 4-0. It's deemed unanimous. That will complete the work on our special session. We will adjourn that. And before we go into our study session, I have a request on the floor for a short recess. We'll take a 10-minute break. call the meeting back to order. I'm going to turn to Mr. Alshire for our closed session report. Mr. Alshire, as the city attorney, would you please let us know what we spoke about in that meeting?
The council and agent met in closed session. On the closed session agenda items, we actually didn't get through a lot here. The Plaza Theater was not discussed. The real property negotiations involving Jack Casper were not discussed. The Prairie Schooner real property negotiations with the tribe, we gave a status report, no action was taken. Real property negotiations with Desert Water Agency, we gave a status report, no action was taken. The land exchange involving the Barney Property Trust was not discussed. The litigation matter, People versus Willie Holland, was not discussed. Exposure litigation in 2 cases, we discussed 1 case, no action was taken. Initiation of litigation, we discussed 1 case, no action was taken. And labor negotiations with the city's bargaining units, we gave a status report, no action was taken.
Thank you, Mr. Alshire. We'll turn now to public comments. Anyone wishing to discuss any matters within the jurisdiction, please come forward at this time. If you give your name to the city clerk, we'll allow you 3 minutes, and there's a timer behind me, and it steps down from 3 minutes. Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm John Stiles, here tonight as President of the Palm Springs Economic Development Corporation. And in our letter of the 19th, we communicated to you our concerns. And when I say we, I think it's an interesting coalition. I'm hesitant to use that word anymore because it seems to be on TV every day quite a bit. But between the Palm Springs Economic Development Corporation, Main Street, the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce, the Heritage District, the Palm Springs Hotel and Hospitality Association, and the Desert Roundtable collectively are concerned about the future of downtown Palm Springs. The downtown is key to the economic development of this community, the economic vitality, and the city, through your direction, invests in the Convention and Visitors Authority, the Tourism Bureau, the Convention Center, and works with hotels large and small. And our goal is to bring people here, which is important. But if we bring them here and they go downtown and the experience is not good, it is not the unique experience we hope for them to have. Most of our people still drive in. There is a shortage of parking. The appearance of downtown is getting worn and worner, if that's a proper term, because I know, but it's maybe the term is seedy, and so what we're well, if you really walk it and look at some of the things, it's not where it ought to be. It's not crisp. It's not clean. It's not a good experience, and so and part of that comes because there's a lot of people here. But maybe we need to invest in more. One of the critical issues that we're concerned with is the parking in front of Desert Fashion Plaza. This is an investment by the city, a permanent investment in additional parking spaces. It's not part of...
Sorry, Rick.
Well, I thought my time was up.
Let me remind you, turn off your cell phones if you're in the... and it wasn't you this time, yeah.
So it's an investment by the city council. We think those parking spaces are important as a standalone item. And we don't think they should be used as a negotiating tool, as anything more than additional parking spaces to clean up a portion of downtown. And as you move forward on this discussion, on behalf of our coalition, we would urge you to approve the expenditures for those additional parking spaces because we believe it's very important for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to address the council during public comments?
Hi there. Good evening. My name is Joy Meredith. I've lived in Palm Springs about 25 years, and I've had Crystal Fantasy in downtown Palm Springs since 1987. I'm also honored to be the president of Main Street, the Merchants Association, of course, of beautiful downtown Palm Springs. I'm here tonight on behalf of over 60 North Palm Canyon businesses. I'm here tonight regarding the Desert Fashion Plaza. It's my understanding that there's two parts to this proposal this evening. One of them would be to take $450,000 approximately from the parking fund, of money that we have in the parking fund, and using that for parking improvements in front of the Fashion Plaza, curb work there, some landscaping, and other beautification of city property right there. The merchants across from there, who are the ones that I was actually able to speak to, are very much in favor of this idea. It would add the 38 parking spaces there, plus just the beautification of the area would be really important. The second part of this, and I want to really just start off by just saying, I just want you to know that I have no affiliation with John Westman whatsoever. As a matter of fact, he and I have never, ever had a conversation in all the years I've lived here. So I'm here on behalf of the merchants regarding the Fashion Plaza. I'm going to go ahead and just pass some pictures around here while I finish. Some pictures of what used to be the glorious Desert Fashion Plaza of downtown Palm Springs. It's become a building in complete disrepair. It's an embarrassment. There's boarded up windows, graffitied windows. There's trash inside of buildings. There are trash cans that are deteriorating. There are ash urns that are like melting from water and sun. I don't even know, I can't even really explain it. I'd say that really pictures tell the story there. The building is in some serious disrepair, and we, the merchants on Palm Canyon, particularly that are across from there, would really like to see some action taken there. I realize that the plan that is being proposed here maybe isn't the best plan. It might not be the dream plan that we're all hoping for, and we realize that this is temporary. But the fact is, and this is just the fact, it cannot stay in the condition that it is in downtown. You know, being across the street, we have to answer about it all the time. If we could at least just have these parking things take place and then have John do this facade remodeling to the outside, it would just really be helpful in the whole downtown. What we've done is we've taken the center of our downtown and let it go to trash. And I think that a city's downtown says a lot about the city. And I'm really concerned that when people go to the Hyatt and walk south on Palm Canyon there, and they're seeing these pictures, and these are not staged. My husband took these pictures this afternoon totally at random. Nothing there was taken out of place or anything. This is what people are seeing when they are walking down the street. And I am here to tell you this, whether it's this plan or whether it's another plan, we had better move ahead on the Fashion Plaza because it is a dark pit. And we don't want people going home and telling people what they found in Palm Springs, because we're offering them better than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess that's my cue. Good evening. My name is Diane Matzner, and I'm here with the Palm Springs Economic Development Corporation, which I serve as a board member. I am also a 25-year resident of Palm Springs. My business is celebrating its 21st year of doing business in Palm Springs this year. And most recently, I'm on the other side of the fence as a landowner, property owner for a retail center in Palm Springs. So I'm here kind of representing and wearing all those hats. One thing I would like to do is just introduce some of the coalition that we have here with us today, if I could, and ask them to stand. We have Palm Springs EDC, Main Street, Chamber, Heritage District, Palm Springs Hotel and Hospitality, and Round Table. And we have quite a few representation from all of those groups, concerned as I am. We got this coalition together basically for some of the issues that you just heard that Joy spoke of. My concerns are very much the same, and when it comes to the overall appearance of downtown Palm Springs, I think that the Desert Fashion Plaza is kind of setting a trend of what the street is to look like. Because of its look, it's overflowing north and south onto our streets. We very much want to work with John, and we're not asking for the city to necessarily cooperate as a partner in money or anything like that. But I know there's an opportunity here with some funds that are in our parking fund that we could improve the landscape and the streetscape, provide some extra parking in front of the Desert Fashion Plaza, at the same time that John is willing to do some temporary facade work on the Desert Fashion Plaza, which I think just by doing that, if this project takes 3 to 5 years, as John has mentioned that it will, we can at least have the front looking respectable, so when our tourists come, they don't leave with the false impression of what Palm Springs is all about. And we can continue to work on the master plan for the next 3 to 5 years. One of the other issues that we had at hand is the parking issues downtown Palm Springs, and I don't want to go into that too much because right now I think the most important thing is what we have on the wall here. But there are problems facing the merchants downtown with the current parking situation with the 3-hour limits that we're very much wanting to discuss further. Correct me. Mainly our biggest thing is to get some maintenance done and to get our Desert Fashion Plaza fixed and this parking taken care of in the front. And it's my understanding that John's willing to do that, and I hope the city will partake in working with him as a partner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council? Seeing no one, we'll close public comments. We'll turn to council comments, questions, or reports. Council?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Oden.
I would like first of all, for staff to find out if the county EDA is leaving Palm Springs. The EDD department there is very important to our community for several reasons. The scope of services that they provide include, but are not limited to, case management. They provide computers for residents seeking employment. They provide computer training on how to use the internet in your job search. They have access workshops that cover how to develop and use your resume, transferable skills, individual employment assistance, phone banks to contact employment opportunities outside of the area, fax services, job development, and job training. If these services leave our city, our residents will have to travel to Indio for these services. So I would like a report back on exactly where we are in that process because, frankly, we can't afford to lose these services from our community. Along with the mayor, I attended the American Heart Association dinner, which honored Earl Greenberg and David Peat for their many contributions to our community. And I also have a request. The Hotel and Hospitality Association has a proposal. I'd like for that to be brought forward on the agenda.
Which proposal is that, sir?
That is their most recent proposal that involves the TOT. Actually, there's several different components of it.
I'm just making sure the staff's clear.
And I think perhaps in this.
I'm just making sure the staff is clear what proposal you're referring to. Only because the hospitality industry is in my office at least twice a week with proposals. So it's the TOT one? Is this the one with the bond issuance for the convention center?
No.
Okay, then let's.
Well, yes, it's a part of that. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and they requested that to be in a study session next week if possible. They had thrown out the possibility of next Thursday.
Yes.
Councilman?
That's fine with me. And if there's no study session, we can do it earlier. That'd be great.
Okay, other council questions, requests, reports?
Mr. Mayor?
No.
You can't do next Thursday?
No. Mr. Mills?
What about Tuesday?
We can discuss calendar schedules. Mr. Mills?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills, yes, Mr. Rowe.
I also have one other request. I would like a report from the city attorney on parliamentary procedures for the council. Do we or do we not follow them? Please.
And now? Do you want
Well, if
in writing?
I would like it in writing, but yes, if you have a response now, yes, I'd like to hear it, please.
The council procedures are subject to Robert's Rules of Order except as modified by the council. And the council has the interpretation of that is made by the chair. Chairman interprets the rules. To the extent there is a challenge of the mayor's interpretation of the rules, a majority of the council can override the mayor in terms of the rules. That's a very, I don't know if Robert's Rules of Order is a book that thick, and there's a whole variety of rules and procedures, and I don't know what sort of how detailed and what specific procedures you want.
I just want to know, first of all, whether or not we are subject to them, and I would also like to know if a call for the question is debatable.
Under Robert's Rules of Order, a call for the question is not debatable.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Very good. Other council requests? Good, let's go to city manager comments. Mr. Mills.
I was just wondering about the last question there. I would like to request that if the council majority is so in favor, that we make a request letter form of CVAG to suggest to CVAG that the homeless issue is a valley-wide issue, and that we would entertain getting involved with CVAG and other cities in the valley to see what can be done about this project, what's being done, what needs to be done, and how we can address that issue. It's something we talked about a couple weeks ago, and I would like to bring it to the council formally to see if we can send off a letter or something making that request.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Oden.
If I could respond to that request. We have a homeless care department for the county. I think it might be in our best interest to have a report from them first, because they've been a partner in all of this and everything that's been going on in the valley so far, before we try to take it to CVAG, because whatever we would take to them would come from them. Okay, that'd be fine.
Okay, anything else? City manager reports.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I would just like to call your attention to, in your folders, there is a sheet of paper called City Manager Follow-Up. If I could direct your attention to this sheet in your folder. And this is a new procedure that you will find every week in your folder. From the previous week, every council member that has a particular request, you will see here the issue, the requesting member, who that issue has been assigned to, and then the status. And that will be a running log of the council member's request, and you will see this every week, so you'll have a weekly update of your request. I'd just like to call your attention to this new procedure. Thank you. And then also, Councilman Oden, just for clarification, because the hoteliers this morning, they had mentioned about that special meeting, and you had brought it up. They did want to know if we could have a either workshop or study session on the first week of April, and I believe that was the meeting you were referring to.
That is correct.
Okay, and so obviously we have a regular council meeting Wednesday, so the days would either be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, or Friday of next week. So, Mayor, should I contact all the members of council to set an agenda for next week, a day, or would you like to check calendars now?
Well, I'm a little concerned about continually doing off-calendar meetings. I mean, we've got a Wednesday scheduled meeting. You start taking away 2 nights and 3 nights a week, I think it becomes excessive. If you have to do it on occasion, that's one thing, but we keep on doing this sort of repeated thing. It's almost like we're doing it every week.
The other possibility,
and that's just my opinion. I mean, you're asking for what it is, and I think that we start doing it on a regular basis, it becomes much more work on a nightly basis for us and staff.
I just think that in this situation, it's really time sensitive in order to get this in place what different things that they have to do, obviously that they will explain in the presentation. The sooner, the better. I mean, it will certainly make a lot of things that we're planning a lot easier. If you have a day.
My feel is I'd much rather do it Wednesday.
Start earlier, like we did a few weeks ago.
Start earlier or go later, since we've been paying so much attention to that ordinance. You know.
I like the earlier part.
Yeah.
On Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
No closed session?
Well, before we did the closed session, or we did open at 4:30?
We did the convention center, and then we went into
Closed session.
and then we went back to regular session.
The city clerk does inform us we have a short agenda next Wednesday.
We just put it on Wednesday.
That's a regular council meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's more study session? Or do we want, okay.
It'll fit on April 2nd agenda's schedule?
Could we, I guess my concern is, would we want it on a regular council agenda, or would we want to do a study session first, and then so we have it on two agendas? I don't know.
You can put it on the agenda and action if required. I mean, you can structure it any way you want. Direction, action. I'm a little uncomfortable discussing the issue when it's not agendized, so I can't begin to discuss the issue without it being fully agendized. I turn to the attorney for direction. When you start deviating off the council comments, we start debating times and whether there's merit for this thing it becomes an issue of concern we've expressed in the past.
It's not a problem discussing potential times to schedule it. That
Agreed, but
we're not
the validity of whether it should be on starts debating the issue itself.
No, right. You don't want to debate the merits of the issue. You're trying to set a time where you can have that discussion. And you obviously need to consider whether it's more appropriate for a study session or regular agenda.
Mr. Mayor, what I could suggest, we could actually schedule a study session like we do here. We have an adjourned meeting, then a study session. We could schedule a study session and then the regular council meeting.
I'm fine
next
with
week.
that.
So the calendar remains as it's scheduled for next week. You're amending it.
No.
5:30 closed, 7 o'clock open.
Well, it could be a 7 o'clock study session with the one item, and then
Just put it on the regular agenda as an issue for discussion. Yeah,
it would be a staff report.
Since
Okay.
having multiple agendas, they're so confusing to both the council, the staff, and at times the community. Just
It
do
would
it
be a
on one-
staff report.
Same place.
Okay. Understood. Thank you.
All right, is that it? Let's go to city council study session topics. First item, Desert Fashion Plaza streetscape plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And members of council, I would ask for Jerry Ogburn and John Raymond to come to the microphones for the presentation. This request comes to us from Mr. Westman, the owner of Fashion Plaza, who actually this evening would like for you to take a look at the frontage, the frontage scape, if you will. The city's participation he's requesting is the public infrastructure. And with that, I would turn it over to Mr. Ogburn, who will make the request and the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is a very unsettling time in downtown Palm Springs, and I know that this council and previous councils have invested a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of love, frankly, in a downtown that we all care for very much. We have an unfortunate situation. I know you're very familiar with it. I live with it on a day-to-day basis with the frustration of businesses that are trying to stay in business with an economy that's less than robust right now. And basically we now have two downtowns. We have one south of Tahquitz and we have one north of Amato. And the businesses across the street looking into the Desert Fashion Plaza are angry. I get a lot of anger in my discussions with them. Why doesn't somebody do something to at least clean up the mess? And that's a combination of factors. I know we've tried to address that. And yet I know in working with John Westman, and I know as a property owner, he owns the property. He is trying to maintain the property, but frankly, he's paying some very high cost to carry the property. And he would like to have it developed today, I'm really sure, because it's costing him a lot of money. But he's frustrated as well in that we have a situation where the Desert Fashion Plaza has poisoned its own nest over a number of years of bad experience by national tenants in there. And to talk to the kind of tenants that we all want in the Desert Fashion Plaza, they're not interested right now. We would like to have a major bookstore. We would love to have a multiplex cinema, and they're not interested. And to tenant that project without the anchors, you've got to get an idea of the theme and the direction. And I know that in our discussions, his and mine and John's and others, the discussion is, well, come back in 2 years or 3 years after the casino is up, after this hotel is built, after the convention center is expanded, then you've got a real dynamic to sell. Right now, all we remember is what happened to all those stores that were here under DeBartolo that didn't perform. So it's a very difficult situation. And I guess and I've been hearing a lot about this from, as you saw, a number of people here this evening representing a pretty diverse coalition of business interests, that we have guests in our downtown now that come here and are disappointed. We get things like it's seedy, it's dirty, it's a disappointment, it's dead. And that hurts. It really does. I know it hurts you, it hurts me, it hurts more so the store owners, it hurts them in their pocketbook, because people say, we're not coming back until this place straightens up. And the problem is, it's like throwing a rock in the middle of a pond. It spreads. And so now the disrespect for property is growing north and south, east and west, from the Desert Fashion Plaza. They see that block as being vacant. And we've had situations with homeless. We've had situations with vandalism, and that's sort of the center of activity of all that activity, and it spreads. And a lot of people are very concerned about that. What we're proposing this evening is something that would allow the city to act as a catalyst for at least neutralizing the situation for 2 to 3 years until Mr. Westman can work to redevelop the property. There are some plans on the board that I got just today from Mr. Westman and his architects, which show a very exciting and a very aggressive redevelopment of that property, which would include a major bookstore, which would include a multiplex cinema, which would include a mixing of higher and moderate end retail that we all want, and a lot of downtown residential. And I think that's one of the strongest components that we look at now is people want to live near the village. But they want to live near the part that's south of Tockwitz, not the part that's north of Tockwitz. So I think there's some very exciting things about this plan. It's different, I think, than anything I've seen yet. And I've seen a lot of plans, and I know you have, on the Desert Fashion Plaza. But the one small thing that is common to this plan is how Palm Canyon Drive would be treated. And the upper plan, and if you want, I can go over in a minute if I don't get out-teched by the microphone system, which I consistently do. Oh, here we go. The idea here is that the city, as a public improvement project in Palm Canyon Drive, would build 38 new parking spaces, re-landscape, relight, and use the interlocking pavers along the streetscape so that section of downtown looks like all the other area of downtown. At Village Fest now, we have people on generators. Every event we have, the front of the Desert Fashion Plaza is the hardest one to deal with. We don't have the electricity, don't have the lighting, we don't have the infrastructure there to have an event. That's sort of a secondary feature, but I wanted you to know that there are other benefits other than just the day-to-day benefits that could be accrued from this. It would make our staging of events in downtown much easier if we had all those infrastructures and system in place. So what we're proposing is that the city, freestanding, would do the streetscape improvements along Palm Canyon, basically from the front of the Hyatt, around the corner, across from Starbucks, and down into the first entrance of the parking lot. The total cost of that has been estimated at $450,000. We have asked Mr. Westman to have his engineer prepare the working drawings and turn them over to the city and have the city put them out to bid, so that the about $19,700 cost of doing the construction documents would be borne by Mr. Westman, would be turned over, and then the city would put it through our city engineering department, put that out to bid, to do it this summer. And in order to get that done this summer, they got to start drawing right away. I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way the schedules are running these days. Mr. Westman has agreed, and we have nothing in a written agreement, but we've been working through this, that he would then, he would come in first and demolish the concrete structures out in front of the buildings this summer. We would come in as a separate project. All of our work would be in the public right-of-way, would not be on private property. His work would be across the property line on the private property. We would come in and build this improvement, then he would come back in and facade the buildings. And I know it's not the exciting plan that all of us want, and it's not what he wants, but it would clean the properties up. He would work on monthly tenancies in there to get the dark spot filled in. One of the things that's really hurting us in downtown is a hole in the fabric. We have a pedestrian downtown, and if you interrupt that fabric, they see nothing to walk to, they stop. And so the people north of Amato are hurting because the Desert Fashion Plaza is a hole in the fabric. People will not walk up there in the 300 and 400 block. The concentration of activities south of Tockwitz, the people across the street have to answer all the questions of why is it so dead. And it's not a happy situation. So the hope here, and it's not an ideal situation or solution that's being proposed, is let's try to neutralize it. We have the capability to do it as one of our parking projects. This would create 38 new parking spaces. We have 22 out there temporarily. We just painted. But this would create 38. It would get us 27 new decorative street lights and all the infrastructure, the electrical power, relocated palm trees so that the palm trees have the cadence and the same measurements and spacing that we have throughout the rest of our downtown. We would get that this summer. We would get the upgrade of at least the storefront upgrade for Desert Fashion Plaza. The financing of this, when we initially did or you did the bond issue for the new parking structure, we attempted to oversize that issue by about $800,000 to build some other projects in downtown. And we identified three. This was one of them. The one on Calle and Celia with some diagonal parking was another one, and there's a parking lot up by the Catholic Church that we've never improved as a third. So those are sort of three projects we had in mind that we could do one or more of those, hopefully. We did have one property owner in the parking structure that did not voluntarily give their ground. We paid a little over $450,000, and they took out a 90-day option. We now can say that the check is here. Mr. Kanar has it. If it's not in the bank, it's in his desk drawer. So it's in the safe. Oh, everybody went, I guess everybody's running over his office. Anyway, the checks totaling about $454,000 are here in hand. And that's what we would propose. That he tells me it will be going back into the parking fund, and that we would use those monies, which are only intended or can only be used for physical parking improvements. It's not a general fund money. The parking fund, as you know, is built up out of the in lieu parking fees of developers that have paid into it over years and years and years, and this is going back into that fund. So the money is here, the ability to do this is here, and I think what you're hearing from the downtown interests and the community business interests is if we can at least hold the course for a couple of years until Mr. Westman can come in and the market conditions are such that he can make a stunning redevelopment of that property. That's what we're really looking here for tonight, is to neutralize it and not make it a liability, because it is hurting us. I talk to merchants, I talk to property owners, and they have people that are on percentage leases. I've got a pretty good idea of trend lines in business patterns downtown, and they aren't up, and they're not flat. There are some businesses that remain doing very, very well, some that are doing about what they've been doing the last few years, but there's a lot of discontent. There are problems, and real or imagined, they all point their fingers to one location. It's right here. And that's such a psychological hole in our downtown, real or imagined, and that's, I guess, why we're all here tonight. If you'd like, I can go to the map and kind of explain. If this doesn't work, it's John's fault. Oh, do what? Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. The last time, you remember what happened the last time I did this, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You might want to keep that other mic handy.
Let's see, Rick, are you picking up Jerry? Jerry talking to the mic.
Talk now. I'm always on standby. Is that okay? Oh. Wow. See, I can even learn something.
Yeah, well.
There you go. Anyway, this is the plan for Palm Canyon, which would stay consistent with the redevelopment of this. So it's not something that would be torn up, but it's something that we could build now, and then when Mr. Westman came in to do his project, he would put his construction fence along that line and work back in this direction. And he has assured us, and I would assume we could even get that in writing, that he would assure us that if any damage was done to this, he would replace it at his cost. But this would be a public improvement project. It's 38 spaces, right where we need it the worst. As you know from previous presentations, our largest deficiency in downtown in parking is created by the Follies and the Desert Museum. This will not correct those problems. It will help address where we have the most severe deficiency with the Follies, which has no parking, and the Desert Museum, which has about 130 space deficiency. So that's one of the strategic items, that this is a parking improvement where we need it the worst. It would space out the palm trees to match what's across the street. It would add decorative lights and banners over here to match what's across the street. It would narrow a pedestrian crosswalk at this mid-block location. Does water come with this?
Can.
Thank you. Anyway, you want to see me die in front of a
John's gonna get you water.
All right. So anyway, with the pavers and all the improvements along the street and around the corner, we think that would help tie this property for the first time into downtown. It's always been sort of a foreign property. John and his architects have looked at a redevelopment plan for this. They've been working very diligently, and really what we've encouraged them to do is try to look at the Mercado Plaza and this entire area and try to, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, please. You all think that's water. You probably think that's water in there. Anyway, the encouragement here is to try to pull this entire area together in the redevelopment planning, because what the real estate people have been telling us all along is that this is really the major entrance to the center, or should be, and so pulling more activity over to the Tahquitz Corner, it was felt to get more development down the street and make this more of the center of activity here. You'll see that he has a large theater complex shown in this property, buffered by residential in the back. So there's residential here, which would be 2 stories, I believe, here, and then step up as you get into the site to up to a maximum of 6 stories. There is retail along the front. There is a boulevard connection back to the museum. And again, this is all preliminary geometric, so there sure would be some refinement to it. But the theater complex, the bookstore, which is a 2-story bookstore, and then residential above it. And the idea would be then to connect this parking lot, which is behind Mercado Plaza, with the surface lot here, and then in the future phase, build a parking structure
in this area here. Again, playing upon the fact that that's really going to be a very important and a very dynamic intersection. So I know you're short on time this evening, but I think just to briefly summarize, as you know I'm famous for doing that, that the plans I think are exciting. They're going the direction we would like to go. We're trying to protect and enhance the Desert Museum's participation in this. They've not had a chance to see this, but again, this is I think the direction he would like to go. The assurance I would like to leave you is that this project done now would help to build a bridge that right now is in sore need to keep people in our downtown and not immediately focus on the Desert Fashion Plaza and say, downtown is dead. Not the Desert Fashion Plaza is dead, but their assumption is that if that's dead, then everything's dead. And I've been getting a lot of that for several months in trying to do some cooperative marketing programs for downtown. They say, well, why should we? It's dead. Or why not wait until the Desert Fashion Plaza comes back? You know, and so it's not a perfect solution, but it gives us what we're recommending as a bridge to get us through it. Thank you. Any questions? John?
Yes. Mr. Mayor? This corridor that goes from Palm Canyon and that opens up, I guess, to Desert Fashion Plaza, is that a pedestrian thoroughfare? Is that a street? And is that also included in what we're doing now?
Am I on? It's both. It would be a two-lane, one lane in each direction, plus one lane of parallel parking on either side. It would be with a median in it. It would be a small version of a boulevard, but it would also be such that with bollards and chains, you could close it off and make it an event center, and you could incorporate it. It could become the farmers market for Village Fest, or it could become whatever. In a car show, that center court could be a small event center. And in the plan that we're showing up here, the curb returns would be built into it, so it would be very easy to put that street in the future. So, does that answer?
So, yeah, so it's not going in now, but it's just preparing the way.
The lines are dashed in there, so it can be put in the future.
Okay. Which would, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Roden.
Which would mean that if he had to come in and tear up the sidewalk, et cetera, in that area, it would be done at his expense.
That's right.
Okay.
Mr. Mills.
Thank you for the anticipation. Mr. Ogburn, what is Mr. Westman planning on doing from the property line west?
As part of this first phase,
Yes.
he would basically paint, patch. He'd take the Chicago L structure off, I guess you could call it. But then he would paint and patch and re-awning, sign, tenant it. And I know that's maybe a nebulous answer to your question, but he would do the best he could to make it presentable. And I know he has a lot of pride, and if it's going to be there for a couple of years, he would take the existing structure and try to make it look presentable.
So what he's essentially going to do, if the trellis comes down,
Yep.
he's going to patch and paint and not awning, not re-awning.
Well, yeah. Well, it'd be awning, yes.
And in other words, it's going to look like it did for the reason we put the trellis up in the first place.
I wasn't here at the time, so I can't comment.
Okay.
But
Well, I mean, there was no major change done on the front and the reason was that the trellis was going to be background and that the trellis was essentially going to take care of it for whether that was a good idea or not. I mean, that's what it was approved for. So you're going to end up with, and I'm certainly not questioning the ability of Mr. Westman to do a good job. He's certainly done a good job with everything he's ever touched.
Right.
But this is a temporary, as you stated. You look at you look at the plan there, and he's really showing in that plan, whether or not it's a reality or not, the all new facade, completely new facade, on that wide arch essentially that's going across there.
Yes, as far as new,
right,
for sure.
right, on the new drawing.
Yeah, and to clarify the drawing, basically there's a lot of demolition there. If you look at the drawing, I didn't point this out, but the Hamburger Hamlet and the major restaurants in there would stay. He'd work around those, but it's going to be a very aggressive redevelopment. So that front, most of it's going to come down.
In the phase one, when you pull out the trellis, there are major footings underneath there. There are going to be major holes in that ceramic tile.
Right.
So, what happens there?
Well,
You know, it wasn't this one that got me this time. It was the big one. You know. Way to go, John. Anyway, yeah, he's going to have to address. He has not submitted plans for that, but he simply said he's going to cut them off. He'll patch them to look as best he can.
Is he proposing on putting the pavers that the city's putting in
Yes.
back to his
Yes.
property? His
That's the
building
other.
facade?
We would put our pavers up to the property line.
Okay.
And then his proposal is to carry the same paver back through the property.
So the ceramic tile that there's
Could be taken
is
out.
going to come out.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing I would say too, and I know your concerns, and I have the same or similar concerns. There's a reason those trellises are there, and I wasn't here when they were put up, but I know why they're there. The one thing I would the thing I would say, and I want this to come out right. I mean, we have some very, very nice buildings in downtown, and then we have some that aren't quite so nice. But one of the things that we had an experiment several years ago, it was called Lights with Banners. And in most places in downtown, we have palm trees with mature palm fronds, like it or not. And now we have a whole cadence of paralleling that of decorative lights with banners. And that's kind of a good way to neutralize some pretty, not only to accent some very nice buildings, but to kind of neutralize some pretty ugly buildings, which we also have. So I would only say that perhaps at the curb line, we have some redeeming values in that stretch of downtown will now look like the rest of downtown, where it's not going to quite be so apparent what's behind it. And that may sound like a thin line, but I think in reality, as you drive down Palm Canyon Drive, there are some buildings that are less than graceful that are enhanced by the fact that they have some banners and lights out in front of them.
I agree.
Oh, thank you.
Safe statement.
And this is a little different than what we looked at a year ago.
Yeah.
And because at that time we weren't doing anything at the ground plane.
Right.
Okay. So now we are doing something at the ground plane. Now, are we going to, now? He's saying he's going to come back in, patch, paint, fix the facades, get a little interest, re-sign perhaps. Right. Well, probably not. I mean, you can't see the signs now. I mean,
Right.
So it will allow the shop owners to do some interesting signing.
Right.
Which is encouraging. Are all those stores along Palm Canyon for rent, available for rent? Are they being held?
They are, as I understand it, they are available for rent. The Saks and the B of A building, as I understand it, is not because of asbestos removal problems. The Saks building, we haven't had any real hot prospects for that footprint.
Marie Callender's, that space and the Silverwood space and all those spaces.
As I understand it.
Okay, thank you.
This has been, for all of us, I assure you, a very trying and somewhat frustrating process. It is further complicated by, dare I say, a soft economy. Retail nationally is not very strong. Where am I going? Oh, he's looking at the maps. You're going to maps, aren't you? You're not leaving the room. All right, I already lost one. The economy's not been strong. It's not strong in retail right now. It's difficult to lure. And I have worked with Mr. Westman and many of his real estate people trying to bring in retailers into Palm Springs, although they show initial interest. And I think, Jerry, you've been in some of those meetings. And they are intrigued by Palm Springs. Their timing is such that the economy does not allow them, as a corporation, to expand the number of venues they have. They're trying to hold on to what they already have. Okay? So the idea of migrating a large retailer in here, and if you want to define that as a department store or a large national right now, it's a little difficult in this economy. In the world of theaters, depending on how you view the issue of theaters in the Valley and where you go to view movies while dealing with the Valley, there are a lot of theaters in the Valley right now. And I have had the opportunity to talk to at least two fairly large national theater operators. In fact, I was authorized by council to visit one of them in Northern California with our city manager and Mr. Westman. And although interested at the time, the reality is it's not the right time. And as long as it's not the right time and there are other complications with existing theaters in our own city, several blocks away, that still exist, theaters are reluctant to make entree into the center. Without large retail and without theaters, bookstores have their own set of reluctant parameters. So because of these big pieces in the world of retail today, with an unwillingness and a soft economy to come here, you can't wait for that to solve the downtown. So what I think we're being presented with today, tonight, is an opportunity to at least get some kind of a stopgap. I had an occasion this week to speak with a number of merchants from downtown. One, in fact, visited my office for a while, and we talked in great detail about this issue. And Mr. Mills is quite accurate in his depiction of the monolithic trellises that are out in front of the structure. When it was revived in the mid-'80s, the intent was to save the cost of modifying facades and simply place a trellis in front of it to hide the facades. And of all the things that were done at the mall, that was probably the most successful, because it did indeed hide the facade. If you will, parenthetically, it hid the buildings and the businesses within. And that became a problem, if not adding to the demise of the facility, because people would drive by and not have an opportunity from the car to see what was behind all of these trellises. So they may have solved the architectural issue to a degree, but it didn't help those in retail, because retail, it's essential that people walk by, drive by, and have an opportunity to look in your window. And I think part of our job has always been, get the people in front of the windows. Your job is to get them in the stores, but get them before the windows. Jerry was accurate in his depiction. If this link is broken in the fabric and they don't continue walking, they won't go past the windows. Ergo, this thing will never succeed if we can't somehow clean it up. So we're going to remove trellises, or at least the developer is, and we're going to also shorten the distance between curb and face of building by the recommendations of the plan before us. And I'm not opposed to any of those, because those are situations, solutions, if you will, loosely constructed, that are at least good for the interim. I will caution everyone, though, that because of my opening comments about the nature of retail and development in these sort of quarters right now, it's difficult to envision much grand plan coming our way. What you will most likely see, because Mr. Westman has a desire to make some kind of a plan, whether this is the final plan or one of the many steps of the ultimate plan, he's going to be reluctant to give long-term leases to those stores. Right. When you don't give someone a long-term lease, they don't make a long-term commitment investment, okay? So what you get are people that bring in something that is easily moved and easily mobile. They don't make a lot of investments into the property. Mr. Westman's not going to make a lot of money into the property. So just realize what you're getting is an aesthetic, a cosmetic solution, curb to facade. Mm-hmm. What will actually occur, though, behind the glass is not to be construed as something that's going to be permanent, or, if you will, in some respects, and I'll be cautious here, perhaps the ultimate retailer that we want in there. It's going to be, again, an interim retailer. But at least it's a body, at least it's a store, at least it's something to walk by. What I'm concerned about, though, is the nature of those retailers. And I know many of us talk about certain kinds of retail that occur downtown that we encourage, that we embrace, and we want to see more of. But I think we can all equally agree there are certain retailers that we don't want to see more of, okay? Sort of the lower scale of the retail. And I'm concerned that when you've got a month-to-month scenario, what can you do to secure the right retailer? John's going to be multiple years away from really doing something. Is there an ability for him to at least commit to longer-term leases to get perhaps a little different kind of a retailer? And I'm not going to get into details about negotiating that, but I think you understand the concept. If it's a month-to-month, you get a month-to-month operator. They get in fast and they get out fast, so there's not a lot of engagement or investments. I don't have a problem with investing city funds in upgrading the parking, because parking is and it will always be an issue of concern for the downtown. And this will at least address it, and it does almost minor-wise. We did, as a council, look at some possibilities after the parking structure where to devote our next dollars. And I think, Jerry, you indicated the one on Encina was our one for Diagonal, and we talked about the church parking lot. And we looked at this, but we were concerned at the last juncture when we saw this about the timing and the plan, the ultimate plan. So we did not hold support for this at that time, but things have changed over the year. One of the concerns I'm going to have, as always with any development downtown, that it be done in the off-season and not start jeopardizing shoulders, let alone full season. So that's got to be an event going in. You're not going to get anything into Saks out of this, and you're not going to get much on the bank on the corner. So again, realize we're going to do this, we're going to fluff it, we're going to do cosmetics. This will not solve Saks, and this will not address the bank building, because the bank building has design flaws for reuse.
Right. And the plan shows that building being torn down.
Ultimately. But in the scenario that we're discussing for the council's involvement, we're looking at a cosmetic street piece. You're going to get some infills in some of the vacancies, perhaps the restaurant that Mr. Mills indicated, perhaps the other stores, but it's going to be a lot of infill pieces at best. It's something. It gives some life to it. I would like to express that I'm a little concerned about now the number of square feet of just hard surface between curb and building, because you got the existing, and now you're going to add another 5, 6, 7 feet, taking away all the landscaping, I assume, and all the planters that are there, and you're going to make it all hardscape. And you've got some level changes, at least on the north end, that will have now split level walkways and such. I'm not going to try to design it here, but I just want you to realize that I'm concerned about having so much hardscape and so much of that it becomes like uninviting. I mean, we always try to make it soft and enticing and colorful and fragrant, clean, please, clean. But I just want to, again, make it clear that this is a lot of hardscape here, okay? And just hopefully figure that out.
We can take a look at that,
okay?
yeah.
When you turn the corner, where do you actually stop? Is it to the driveway that goes into the back? Okay, just because I can't see it with the overlay drawing on it. Again, I'm not opposed to it. It's going to be an interim solution. It is not a big solution. It is a cosmetic one. It will, in fact, give at least containment in the work you've been doing, Jerry, for years for our city with regards to the tree line and obviously the street lights. So I appreciate that effort. And I don't only want to look at the bottom blue drawing, because that's not what motivates me to do this, because there is no bottom blue drawing. There is no future plan. It is basically a cosmetic piece, short term.
Yeah, and I think John just wanted you to see that to show you that he's not standing still. He is working on. That's not his final solution either.
Yeah, and I would suggest that when the council had a final plan, we would probably try to find ways to fund, through whatever funds we have, some of the off-sites to assist the developer. So this is not unreasonable at this point in time. But I would like it to be worked out with the idea of maintaining, repairing, upgrading, and so on and so forth. And when he gets into the ultimate, I guess there's a lot of walk of stars in there, so someone's got to figure out what's going to happen with all of those when they move. Not to lose all of those.
Right.
And I hope that John's got it. Okay? Other comments or concerns that you want to express at this time?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Roden.
You know, we spend a lot of money advertising and promoting our city and asking people to come here and to have a good time. I think it's important for us to make sure that that experience is pleasant from start to finish. And this area is not representative of the city. And while this may not be the ultimate answer that we would like to see, it is one that I think is essential in order for us to continue to maintain the support that we have now from people who are coming to our city. And there are a lot of questions that people ask about Desert Fashion Plaza. I understand the anger from people who have invested their lives in our community, and they have to look at what they consider an albatross that is hurting them and their economic opportunities in this community. This weekend, I had the opportunity to meet with 5 gentlemen who all own 5-star hotels in Canada. They were talking about the vibrancy that they see in our city, and that over all the years that they've been coming to our city, they've never felt the excitement in the downtown that they now experience. But they also talked about what is going on with the mall down there. And so it's not only the merchants across the street that get that question, and of course it's a lengthy one, and we have, I'm sure, a variety of answers, but the fact is we need to address it, and I think now is the time. I especially appreciated Diane's comment, our Desert Fashion Plaza. It truly is ours. It's a part of our community, and what hurts one hurts us all. I guess if we can clean this up and make a more pleasant experience for those who are coming, I believe that things are going to change in the near future. And though the blue sheet may not be the final plan, it does say at least that something's going on in our community. I would just have one request, that in addition to this, since we're doing, if we're going to do the parking, which will remain, the lighting, which will remain, the sidewalks, which will remain, so it really isn't temporary, that's permanent. And if there are any changes to that, that would be on Mr. Westman. But that we also include that portion that across from Francis Stevens Park, that includes that into the downtown corridor. As long as we're doing it, I think it would make it less expensive than for us to go back and do it at another time.
Jerry, what are they doing with regards to the existing mall entrance, that little offset? This piece right here. Obviously, that's the entrance of the mall right now.
That would be
You're not going to
widened.
let them go in the mall. They're going to put outdoor dining. They're going to put outdoor flower shop. What's going to happen in that little pocket?
In the ultimate plan or the
Well, just
temporary?
in the interim plan.
In the interim.
Before he does anything, he's going to fluff the facade. He's going to put
Yeah, he
awnings
hasn't-
and paint and so on. He's not going to change windows.
Yeah.
He's not going to tear down doors.
He hasn't shown us what he wants to do there, but I know we want to push for that.
What I'd like to express is I'd like the entrance to the mall to go away.
Okay.
I don't want people to realize, oh my God, there's a dead mall back here. Okay? So whatever we're doing to give illusion and cosmetics, please indicate to Mr. Westman, pending fire marshal exiting requirements. I just don't want people to walk and say, how nice, oh, what is this? And then look into the dead mall. So somehow block it off, lease it as outdoor dining, make it a waterfall, something, but cover the fact that there's a mall back there.
I think he has that.
It's
in his
illusion
plan.
time.
Yeah, because it doesn't do him any good either.
Please.
Christo, we could cover it with.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mills.
Just one last comment on this item, anyway. You're not going to call for the question, are you?
We can vote to terminate discussion if you'd like. That's all right. We can put that on there. I'll correct my behavior and allow that to happen next time. We'll vote on the issue to terminate. How's that? Okay. It doesn't move the motion. It's another motion is what it is.
First of all, I spent a lot of time looking at the plan that the mayor says isn't there. And
it's not. The blueprint doesn't exist.
And I understand that it's not there, but there's certainly a visible concept there. And the visible concept is headed the right way. I think you probably agree just with seeing it just as long as we saw it. It addresses all the issues that we've always had as issues. Right. All of us know the mistake, at least I think all of us do, know the mistake that Fashion Plaza was when it was initially built 20 some odd years ago or whenever it was. We cannot afford to make that mistake again. We get an opportunity. I mean, we are blessed that we get this opportunity to redo it.
Right.
And we because most places you don't get that with this kind of project. So the last thing we need to do is make another mistake. And if time is what it takes, to make sure we don't make that mistake, then it's time well spent. To that end, I think what you've proposed, along with Mr. Westman, solves problems that are definitely there. No one's going to say that they aren't there. I would like to see I'm assuming this will come back again.
Yes.
We'll have to take some formal action on it. That we can see what Mr. Westman's looking at as well, and to whatever detail it needs to be. But so we can look at that in conjunction with this. But I do view it as a Band-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
But, at least it's one of those little sparkly ones that kind of makes it look a little better than the regular one that just matches the skin, So,
Those things never matched my skin, by the way, just to the record. Never was that pale. There you go. Okay, are we going to see final plans, and are we going to look at this? How does this proceed from this point?
Yes.
What do you do next?
What we're really trying to do this evening is get your direction to let us go ahead and have John Westman let Mr. Sanborn, and with the design comments, it's going to have to go through design review and planning and all that, but we need to do this now so it can be built this summer. And so between now and when they start construction on this, I'm sure you'll see this a number of times, both as this plan improves based on comments you've made this evening as well as others, and as Mr. Westman's plans improve. So we just need to go on a fast track if we're going to make it this summer, and I'm very appreciative that you took the time out of your very, very busy schedule to let this item even be on the agenda. So,
Mr. Mayor, I
John.
think you have to, under the procurement ordinance, approve the plans and specs for us to go out to bid. So you'll see the plans once the plans are drawn and finalized. They come back to you for approval because we're doing the project. We have to bid it out. So that's how the system works.
All right, well, let me give you at least a specific concern I've got from the driveway at the Hyatt, which is the start of this project on the north, to the stairs that go into Don Vincent's, the Peanut Gallery area.
right.
That the new piece you're proposing, roughly speaking, in the scale I see, I don't know how it ever passed ADA compliance. Okay? Which means that whatever you're figuring in cost, you got to start modifying that retaining wall that now holds up that. And I don't know where the retaining wall is in reference to the parking structure below. I know when John did some analysis, the reason it's elevated is because the parking structure sticks out of the ground. So I'm just concerned about the realistic aspects of that north piece.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure it does have full ADA compliance.
He's very aware of it because I know the ultimate plan even, he rejected some ideas based on that grade.
He was going to relocate some of the drives at one point that
Yeah,
way,
he
and he
was.
couldn't get through.
Right.
Because, again, the parking structure pops out of the ground too much.
Okay.
Okay? And we'll see some final work?
Yes.
Council okay with giving direction to proceed at this point?
Absolutely.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Want new park benches, too, and new trash cans? That would be nice. And on the issue of some of the comments made about the cleanliness in the downtown, are we maintaining in the same fashion? We haven't cut, is there staff in the back? Have we cut, we haven't cut the budget at all. The intent is steam cleaning and emptying trash. I guess it's the maintenance of some of the trash and some of the benches. If we could have staff take a look at that and get us back to what we've got to do, because there's no sense doing all this if everything else is falling apart. Streetscape, as we've made it, is very important downtown. We made streetscape important.
Right.
It's not just a concrete sidewalk. We went to a lot of effort and a lot of expense, and it requires maintenance. Let's just get an idea what it all is. Cleaning the trash cans, repairing, replacing the benches, whatever it is. If it's not looking clean, it's not enticing.
There are some mischievous elements at play here, and one of them is called stickers. Stickers are the new form of graffiti. And there's a business or two in downtown that seem to delight, or their customers delight, in placing their little mini billboards up and down the street on city furniture. And I would
Well, that's
appreciate...
somebody's industry, I'm sure, but it's not ours.
Well, that's in fact is the name of the store, but I won't
go
go
figure.
there. But we're going to need some enforcement help on that. There's another issue where the redevelopment agency is buying new ash urns. Ashes are a big problem in downtown. Gum is a big problem. The fact that we're very active, Main Street, Village Fest, creates a maintenance problem because of all the people God forbid there'd be people down there. But, you know, the fact that we have outdoor dining and so on creates a bigger pressure. And I think the concern is, as you as a council struggle with this issue of balancing budgets and so on, that we really don't feel that we can, if we have to cut back on maintenance in downtown, we're going to be paying the price many times over in years to come. And it's not where it should be, and it's no fault of staff. It's just a case that it's a very difficult situation, and we need to get even more diligent on some of the graffiti items that have, you know, we need to repowder coat the lights. I mean, they're powder coating on in lights in our sun and wind is a 5 to 7 year life. Well, it's been there 10 to 11 years. So you're beginning to see, I guess in the eye of the beholder, to some people it's patina, to others it's faded. And I think more people are seeing it as being faded now. It's not patina.
It's cheaper to go with patina.
All right. Anything else on the downtown? Jerry, John, thank you. All you came down with your concerns, thank you. I hope the direction we gave staff is something you can embrace and support. Let's go to item 2, Visitor Center Concept Plan.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, we've brought back to you from last week the master plan concept for the visitor center, and I would ask this time, actually, John Raymond is here for the architects to come forward, and I believe they have handouts and we have drawings on the wall. With that, John, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, like we had last week, we have reduced versions of the vertical plan on the wall. I'm going to hand these out. So I'm going to hand these this way.
Before we have this presentation, we're just going to take a 5-minute break, so give you a chance to set up. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We'll go to item 2, which is the Visitor Center Conceptual Plan. Mr. Reddy, we'll turn to you and your staff for a report, sir.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Mayor, I would turn to John Raymond, who will introduce our architects, and we will begin from there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, what you're going to see tonight is the result of the meeting last week where we were asked to look at master planning the site. And so what we went back and did is looked at some of the ideas that we had pulled together and not put forward last week, and so we it's quite a bit more ambitious, but it's in phases. And so what Lance and Anna are going to walk you through it, but what I want to do is summarize the differences. One is that we looked at the adjacent parcels that are owned, or the adjacent parcel. It's a single parcel owned by the Nichols family, under which the city currently has its visitor or the main gateway sign on a license agreement or some sort of long-term lease. And we used that, or a portion of that. It's actually 36 acres, so we just carved off a little piece for the parking. The overall master plan, as you're seeing, pushes the parking from the current Albert Frey Tramway gas station site off that site onto the adjacent parcel. Creates quite a bit more parking. It's been a concern all along that with, number one, with more visitors, and with visitors staying longer, and with more other users like the BLM or tour groups there, that people would stay longer. So that even though right now currently they're operating not that well with 12 spaces at the current visitor center, where people are parking on adjacent streets and overcrowding the parking lot, that even 30 spaces, as we had proposed last time, at various times of the week or in various times of the year would be inadequate. So we looked at creating a much larger parking area on the adjacent parcels. The other thing that we have talked about all along since December, January, is creating some sort of linkage to the sign, the city sign. And there's a whole separate discussion that we'll have with you about the sign. You know, as you remember, there was a competition for sign design, and actually the Arts Commission did select a preferred design, and we went back to the Arts Commission a couple of weeks ago and said, what we'd like you to do is authorize us to go ask the designer to cost it out, because we think that that ought to be part of this project, that we ought to redo the sign at the same time we do the visitor center. That's not reflected in this budget. I'm going to ask the Arts Commission that, well, depending on the cost, to pay for that out of the Arts Fund. And so it's there, and the master plan reflects a pedestrian linkage. There's no auto linkage because you're not going to get another driveway off of 111, but there is a pedestrian linkage reflected in that. Those were all under the concept that we brought forward last week. Those were to be considered phase 2 improvements. And Mr. Mills' concern last week was very fair, in that what he wanted to see was, well, if you get to phase 2 and when you start to grow, and the operation starts to grow or change, where are you going to go? How's that all going to work? So we went back. We spent the week walking through that with the exercise. The other major change is that the bathroom building that we had at the northwest corner of the property, which had, I think it was four men's room toilets and 4 ladies' room toilets, and a storage room and a little vestibule for vending rooms or vending machines, has been changed to it's the radial. It's a building that sort of goes along in a curve pattern behind the building, and that's in 2 phases. You could build it all at once, or you could build part of it now and part of it later in a phase 2. The bathrooms themselves are about 1,100 square feet. we need more bathrooms. We know, and that's our probably the strongest recommendation we can make. And then the other part is a future building for either the reservation type uses, other office uses, other users, including different agencies that would pay rent to be in there, or other types of uses. So the plan, as you see, even the master plan, reflects basically the same interior plan that you saw last week, but now there's a place where if you wanted to reconfigure it, because all of that, none of those changes, with the exception of creating the video room out of one of the bathrooms, are really structural. There are things that can be, there are partitions that can be moved. There are things that can be unbolted from the floor and the ceiling and moved to a different building or moved off-site or moved, even within the space. And so it's not like we're putting big permanent walls up. It's not like we're doing anything like that. And that really reflects the principles of the original architect, Albert Frey, who suspended a lot of stuff on cables and things like that. So what I'm going to do now is have the architects just kind of walk you through the particulars of the plan, and then I'll come back and we can talk about the cost differential on this and some of the other elements, some of the other sort of user-related elements and the other agencies as well. Okay.
Do you want to describe the master plan?
Good evening. Is this working?
No.
Sound like it's on now?
Just turn it on.
I think it's on now. Yeah. Mr. Mayor and Council, in looking at this master plan and master planning issues, the first things that we looked at were the obvious linkages, the linkages to the gateway and gateway sign, and how we could incorporate pathways from the building out to the gateway sign. So there's multiple pathways out there proposed. The proposal out here would have various small little kiosk type things that would be informational, that whether the National Monument people or the BLM people led tours through here, there could be information that one could gather on fauna and flora and the local mountains and surrounding areas. Additionally, moving to the west, all the parking is now pretty much off-site except for a few sites here that occur right at the apex here of this arc. But the drive is essentially at the location where it is now, would drop off immediately adjacent to the building here, and then the parking is off of this road. So we've separated the vehicular traffic from the parking lot traffic, so drop-offs and other functions could happen here fairly seamlessly. Down here, there's a small lot because we were informed by tourism and the tribe that they wanted to have a little more security in where they parked in case they're leaving at night and it's dark. We could foresee that the employees would park here, closer to the street, closer to street activity, rather than parking out in the larger lot. The lot is shown as a master planned lot, a lot that could grow. All of this lot doesn't have to go in at once. There are 84 spaces there. One could see that additional spaces could be added very easily at the back of this radial plan. But within this parking lot, we have circulation that gets to a sidewalk that then rings back into the building. And then once we're back into the building, there, as John was explaining, there are two components. There's what we see as perhaps a phase one component, which is 1,100 square feet that would house the bathroom facilities, storage facilities, and perhaps even some administrative functions that weren't needed inside the building. So the 1,100 square foot, what we think of as the first phase piece that would go in is this piece here. The larger retail or other entity use building would be here. They look as though they're one building. They're actually two pieces. Modular construction, the lines in there represent a 6-foot grid of a structural bay that would be created. This could continue off out into the east. So the building could keep wrapping around to the east if additional space were needed. We're limited wrapping back to the south because of the parking and the entry. But there's some additional features here that I know Anna wants to talk about. A courtyard connection between the building and this proposed additional square footage.
Mr. Mayor, City Council. One of the issues that we debated from the beginning was this notion that how can we enlarge the building without actually touching a historical building. And one of the ideas we had is by creating this sort of grid, which is a radial grid, which actually starts from within the existing facility and bring the building as close as we can to Aberfraise building in a way that the only separation between the old building and the new building would be this small plaza, which, if push comes to shove, could be enclosed. And actually, the functions from the interior of the building could be vacuumed out, and then essentially you would end up with a big lobby. At the present time, we have the visitor center functions still within the existing within the proposed location, and then we have between the main body of the building and the proposed building, we have only 25 feet. Right now we have a plaza, which could be, the reason the plaza is in this particular shape is because we're trying to create a space that is actually sheltered from the wind. So the buildings has barriers in order to be able to have functions and at least to go outside and have a smoke without being blown away by the wind. So that's one of the ideas that we have by creating that negative space. This building down here in phase 1 will contain the bathrooms, storage, in addition to temporary offices for whomever might want to use the facility. The other part of the building would be dedicated to retail, like, for example, a small retail chunk for Starbucks or whatever business might be revenue generating for the city, and that's the nature of the building by that it can grow because it's so modular, and we have focused that the commercial building essentially towards the more public aspect of the project. Even within the master plan, we propose to have the visitor center function inside the existing building. We're still removing a bathroom, and we obviously need for bathrooms, especially if we built a section of the parking lot. It would be a necessity. I mean, it wouldn't be a luxury. Anything else that you can think of? That's it. Thank you.
Okay, let's go through some of the numbers, John. It's in the packet. Your numbers should be inside your council packet on your desk.
We tried to layer it. I believe the options option A, option B, and option C are essentially the layers in the previous plan that you saw last week. One is a very minimal improvement, which was the interior improvements. See, I've got these broken out differently. It was the interior improvements plus the parking lot and kind of a minimal landscaping, and it's about $210,000 to reconfigure the inside of the building, kind of very basic parking lot, and about $30,000 for landscape. The option B is adding the restroom building that you saw last week, which was a modular restroom building tucked at the northwest corner. The same interior improvements, and then kind of a more sophisticated parking lot and site improvements there, and that was the it's about $587,000, or total about $680,000 in a total improvement cost. The next option C was the same as option B plus the enhanced landscaping, and the way that breaks out is again, it's a restroom building at about $180,000, the interior improvements at about $210,000, with enhanced side improvements and then enhanced landscaping. The final option, which is the expanded site option, there's some play in those numbers. It's not play exactly, but let me break that out a little bit. The $1,228,000 is that's, let's see, the restroom building and the retail building, which is the entire 2,700 square foot building, which is the initial 1,100 square foot plus the 1,600, which is the retail building, is costed out at about $675,000 for that building. It's still the same interior improvements at about $210,000, and the site improvements, which is primarily the parking lot, is $342,000. It comes out to be about $4,000 a parking space. So there's and then there's landscaping, which is about $60,000 for landscaping. You got more area to landscape. Where there is where this option D budget gets tweaked a little bit is that if you just did the bathroom building, if you did the parking lot and you did the bathroom building and you waited, say, until you had more users or until you wanted to reuse the interior space in the building, in the main building differently, and built that later, the bathroom building by itself is about $275,000 versus $400,000 for the larger retail building. So there potentially you could wait and do the retail building later and save $400,000 off of that cost. And then the side improvements, it's a pretty significant parking lot. I think there's about 84 spaces. If you went to 60 spaces or 50 spaces or a smaller number of spaces, you could take off about $4,000 a space. Excuse me, about $4,000 a space. And it's not exactly a one-for-one, but there could be savings by not making quite as ambitious a parking lot. So there's potentially another $120,000, $150,000 that you could save off the parking lot by not building quite as large or as ambitious a parking lot. So that's kind of where the master plan. It is our understanding, and when working with the architects for the last several months, that what I felt we were directed to do was to move tourism and the tribe from where they are into this building. Obviously, the building is quite a bit smaller, so there were issues in getting them to fit.
We knew that.
And everybody knew that, and so that's been where the effort's been. Obviously, we're on a time issues, and we were trying to develop to a budget that we didn't know what the budget was going to be, because we didn't know what the council's tolerance for $600,000 or $800,000 or $200,000 or $300,000. So we've tried to be as creative as possible, and but this is, I have to admit, this plan I think is a better plan, and it works better for a lot of reasons. But that being said, I think we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Council, questions? Let me just open up with a comment. What you see tonight is an opportunity that wasn't here last week, and that is to, one, expand all the parking off-site. no land cost, if you will, incurred. Obviously, improvement costs, but they would have been yours on the current property. And the ability for the use of the land between the facility and the current sign location. The current landowner was very cooperative and understands this and is a good, strong supporter of the city. He's been here all his life, as has his family. And it was through the exclusive efforts of Councilman Mills. He made a phone call to the landowner. They have a long-standing relationship, both personally and professionally. And Chris simply expressed the desire to have them join us in this effort. And Mr. Mills was very successful, I think, as a representative of what you see before you, to secure the confidence of the landowner to allow us to do this. I don't know if he saw this much land being used or this much development, but as I understand it, and Chris, you can give greater detail, the intent is that he believes that the eventual development of his property will require parking, and he could allow our parking to be in that property, and we'd have some sort of a mutual agreement that that parking can be used for all purposes, for his, for ours. There'll be planning, car counts and otherwise, but parking's parking, and he sees no problem in allowing us to use that, which of course frees up the space for others. So, Mr. Mills, I'm going to let you kind of give some opening comments on greater detail. And thank you for your efforts, sir.
You're welcome. Most of the thanks goes to the Nichols family. But I think I don't think the amount of property is a question. I think we are looking in terms of a temporary lot potentially. I mean, maybe it would turn into a non-temporary, but I think we would look in terms of a temporary lot. I think this plan is certainly addresses more of a master plan issue, which is what we talked about last week, and how we would ultimately use the entire site and the and as well as encompassing the parking off-site, as long as we have the cooperation of the adjacent property owner. This by putting the parking off-site, not only does it make it work a lot better because it has a little more room, it allows the city to fully use the property, the site itself, and to expand the visitor center as it may need to expand, and to allow some additional options that, you know, honestly, most visitors don't have the opportunity to go outside and sit down and have a place to go over what hotel they might want to stay at, or look at what your options are, places you might want to go and visit. I mean, you have an outdoor place where you could sit down and enjoy that. You'll have a potential of an indoor or a patio or a courtyard place, as Anna mentioned, to do that also. You know, all of us are looking at the master plan drawing in terms of it'll be great when we get there, and but planning for it is what's important. And I think the first phase, which is what we really looked at last time, which is the interior of the current facility, is I think works well from my standpoint of view, as long as the user's happy with it. My only question is that there, you know, we haven't seen any detail in it. How many stations are there at that front counter, and will it accommodate the load compared to what they have now? And just hopefully that kind of detail has been worked out, so we know that does happen. My concern more is that the toilet rooms, and we're looking at these numbers now, and I see the difference. The toilet rooms make about a $250,000 difference, give or take. I think that development of the toilet rooms and how they exactly work needs more work, needs more thought, needs more effort, other than the fact that where they're basically going, where you're proposing them, I think certainly works into this scheme of things. I think that if we concentrated on the tenant improvement, for lack of a better term, on the existing building, and we looked at looked further at the development of the toilet rooms and and how they might interface with the additional retail, because we need to do some work with the potential users who you haven't met with, and I don't think Ms. Fort's met with yet either, to determine what kind of space we're ultimately talking about. I mean, this is just bulk space, and that's fine. That's what we were looking at from a master plan standpoint. But to refine that a little bit more, and then see how the toilet rooms might fit into that. I think we can operate this facility with a temporary toilet facility to the mayor's backyard type of an operation, if that's what we have to do. And and give the architects and everyone involved an opportunity to make sure, we've got that we're not guessing on the number of stalls, that we're not guessing on everything that goes in that bathroom. Let's get what we need now and figure out exactly how it's going to work, and look at it in detail, because I know just to do what you're talking about right now, to get the drawings done on that and get it bid and get it built by October is work. It's tough, and not even thinking about bathrooms, but not that you can't be doing that as well. So I don't know what the thought is, because we haven't really discussed in detail using temporary toilets for a limited period of time, and perhaps budgeting some monies later for the toilets. But to me, I haven't seen what I need to see for the toilets, to how they all work. So because I don't want to do them as a temporary structure, I want to do them as a permanent structure, and that's going to take a little bit of time and a little more master planning. But I understand the need to get going on the tenant improvement, and I spent a little more time with the architects to understand how that space works a little better, and exactly what the uses were and what some of the concerns are I had with it that were explained to me satisfactorily. So, I mean, I think basically we've got one master plan that kind of shows us where we're headed. It can be refined. Granted, you've only had a week, and I know that's not enough time to do the refinement that needs to be done. And I'm sure you have the ability in your contract to do a little more of that refinement, I think. And we would certainly encourage you to do that, and look at refinement of the master plan of the building space as well, and then in the toilet rooms. But I think what you're trying to do is to get it's not an official action, but a nod essentially on the TI portion, so you can start hitting that hard right now. And for my way of thinking, I think that works. I'm assuming we'll have a landscape architect involved at a point in time here, and we'll start getting into that kind of detail too. And but I think we might even look at the parking lot. If you remember, the Living Desert parking lot is a Class 2 base lot. I think it works great. It doesn't create dust. And it's packed real hard, and I think we could do something like that, and I think that could work well. Maybe we can't do it for the handicap spaces, but we can certainly do it for the other, and I think we could make something like that work. I think $4,000 a parking space for flat parking is a little steep, but and I think that's where I think if we went to a DG type thing, we could probably work on that number a little bit, or a Class 2 decomposed granite. So
I'm sorry.
That's
it's a soil based, but it compacts. In theory, it compacts. You wet it down and it packs down. It's not dust airborne if it's maintained.
Right.
If it's not, and as Mr. Oden indicates, you get dust. So, okay. Oh yeah, wind and dust out there drying all the time.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Oden.
When I first looked at this plan, I I was wondering, I certainly don't understand this when we have all of this parking on land that we don't own. Made no sense to me. But since now I know that someone is making a donation or willing to work with us, that's very different. I'm not. I think that probably would have simplified some of our discussion last week had we known that information. The plan itself, I think is fine. I like the pedestrian connection between the sign, et cetera. I would not like to see portable toilets at this site. I mean, you have this magnificent building which makes a statement, and then people are going to porta potties. I just, the connection just doesn't seem to fit. And I'm not quite sure how we will do that, considering, our budgetary restraints at this time. But I'd certainly like to see it, because when we talk about the first impression of the city, it will be there. On the other issues, at some point, I'd like to hear more about, and I guess this really will come from tourism, what their plans are, how they envision this site, in connection with some other things I think that we're looking at totally for tourism, for the city, et cetera. So, other than that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roden. Yes, Mr. Alshire.
Could I ask a question? If you're going ahead with this plan, do we want to get a written commitment from Mr. Nichols at, what's the staging of getting a written commitment that would be binding with reference to going forward with a plan and spending money on that planning process?
Mr. Nichols and I spoke about that, and there's several vehicles to which we could get to where we want to be. He's amenable and certainly willing to sit down with you, attorney to attorney, and see what you can come up with.
Does the council want that hammered out before we go down this, or do we feel confident it will be there and they can occur concurrently?
If you wait to hammer that out, you won't meet your you won't meet your dates.
Okay. But, so I mean, if I personally think we're fine. I mean, we have had our sign on the Nichols family property out there in the city for umpteen tens of years, not tens of thousands, but tens of years.
Since the Ice Age.
But it's been there ever since I can remember. And
when the glaciers receded, there was the sign.
And I don't think we really have a formal agreement on that particular sign. But Mr. Nichols was willing to, if we wanted a letter just for now saying there's an intent, he was fine with that till we work out the details. But yeah.
I appreciate the concept. I'm not embracing nor directing anything beyond the following. Get tourism in the existing building. Figure out the parking. I don't think you need to make it as big as you've got illustrated here. I mean, reality states 40 stalls. I don't know if you want to include the RVs in that 40, but 40, 45, 50 stalls. Two reasons. One, I don't think you need it, and the other one, I don't think you want to take advantage of the Nichols families in that fashion. We don't need that much land. I like the double bay. I like the drive-through RV. That's great. Square it up a little bit. And I'd like to contain some of the access points to the sign, and not. I see this sort of the serpentine pattern goes up the hill with another viewpoint. Although not impossible. One, I think we don't have got the money to start doing that. And well, okay, master plan, fine, but that's fine. My concern is get them in, get a parking structure, and build a permanent bathroom. I don't want to look at a prefab thing. I don't want to look at a temporary thing. I don't want to look at a trailer. I don't want to find the cheapest way. I want a bathroom that complements the architectural style and building palette that's in place. Don't put something stucco in there. I mean, you got to somehow capture a form, a shape that complements that which is there. I don't suggest you build an identical piece, but I think there's some ability for you to review some kind of a flying wedge kind of building, drive it into the corner, and that's all you got to worry about. And then whatever direction the growth comes, whether it comes off perpendicular and parallel to properties or it takes a curve, that's a phase that should not be in this debate today. I think from the standpoint that all we want to do is meet the deadline of getting tourism out of one location and into this one. And I think the bathroom is essential. I think the parking's essential. That's it. But I think you can work out a Nichols arrangement, lickety-split. Steve is more than willing to cooperate. I don't think he's going to have an obstacle in the path here. It's a simple concept. He's going to let us use it, and then at some future date, he's going to want to go ahead and modify, you know, the accessibility so it's mutual. And I mean, it's not going to be a battle of the titans here. I think it's a pretty simple concept. I think we're real fortunate to get it. If it's as good as the one on the sign, it'll last for at least another long-term era. But thousands and thousands of years, yes. Our children's children's children will enjoy that sign and that parking, for that matter. But
Mr. Mayor?
yes, sir.
Are you suggesting the option B, 680,000 would be the working number we should shoot for?
Well, in concept, yes. I would suggest to you, though, on some of the landscape issues, you can work with the Desert Water Agency for drought tolerant. You can probably work with BLM with whatever plants they'd like to bring forward. They may have some kind of plant program they can assist you in. If BLM has a role in this thing, and I don't know what it would be in design and capturing the essence and show, you know, you're talking about kiosks, placards, signs. Well, we can bring them in. I know that BLM has an interest in some function here, as does the tram. The Desert Museum has shown an interest in discussions that Chris and I had last week with Dr. Janice Lyle. She did indicate that she would be willing to work with us from the following standpoint. The modernist movement is indeed a relevant part of our community's heritage. She has access to some incredible photographs, both the Schulman photographs that do photograph the architectural merits of our own properties here, and she has the extensive collection of Willard, who is sort of our Ansel Adams, if you will, who's captured the natural splendor and the early development. There is a willingness to allow use of large-scale photographs. I can't quantify size nor number. It's sort of a conceptual nod that that's a willingness on the Desert Museum, in as much as they are not, if you will, irreplaceable, because they're just simply photograph reproductions. She'd like to offer that in some fashion, which lends credence to the whole modernist aspect of this thing. So however that works out is fine. But there are partners that I think can be approached and can be moved forward, but I would not suggest you stall your efforts in getting a bathroom developed in the back corner, is how I'm looking at it, and then some fashion of which the building comes out of it as it sees fit. Or if it never grows, well, then the bathroom's just out there and that courtyard gets developed accordingly. But it should not be something that's temporary or non-complementary. It should not be its own architectural statement. It should be something that basically complements Albert's work.
It should be a non-statement. It should just be extremely simple.
Are you drawing it right now? All right, build a bathroom, get the parking lot, get tourism in there, and deal with the landscape. And then concurrently, I think all of us that have partners can work to bring more partners in for the next phase, but should not complement you at this time.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question regarding the bathrooms. Do you see the location of the bathrooms as we had them last week? I do recall they were in the corner.
Well, I could suggest to you that's an adequate location now, knowing the master plan's function. Yeah. Yeah, up in the corner. I wouldn't be clipping, as you have done there, with a radius cut into the back corner. I'd leave the wall in place and just drive the bathroom into that back corner somehow. But I think that's an appropriate location. Again, I'm not trying to give you direction as to where it should go, but it should be something that allows you to then facilitate the next growth pattern. And whatever that is. We may never grow at all.
Well, my thought is, and I agree, there should be permanent bathrooms. My thought is that is to allow them to get going on the tenant improvement portion.
Right. Good to go.
The bathroom issue, we can take the time to develop it as it needs to be developed. If we get it open in October, great.
So do the TI, do the parking, and then 1A is the bathrooms.
Right.
And 2 is the partners' buildings.
Right, because I think we've all pretty much agreed we're looking at a freestanding structure for the bathrooms.
Right.
So, however that ends up being, I think is worth getting it figured out in maybe more of a permanent plan layout with the users. But all I'm saying is that in the temporary use, when I say temporary, I'm meaning like a few months or something like that. But maybe we won't have to do that. Maybe we can get it done in the same amount of time. I'd love to do that. But I think everybody agrees they need to get started on that tenant improvement right now.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, so the decision definitely is to look at the parking off the site, because that's the other
Yes.
big decision to make too.
Yeah, I'm okay with the off-site parking. I think it's a great opportunity. Council? You okay with the driveway coming through that one corner? It's getting late, huh, Jeannie? Do you two want to call for the question? All right, anything else?
Mr. Mayor, one more question.
Sure.
Did you want us, would the council like us to come back with the entry sign designed to have you take another look at it? The one that we're talking to the Arts Commission about? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I think yeah.
We've
Mr.
already
Roy.
looked at it.
Yeah, we've already approved that. It came to us. I mean, if they want to simply return and say that it's cost prohibitive, if something like that happens, then, yeah, we need that information, but not for approval.
Well, Arts wasn't in my department then, so
Then.
I couldn't remember.
Check
But it's
your
in
files.
the master plan now.
I'll have to go look in the files.
Okay. You got enough? You guys okay? Good to go. Thank you. Appreciate you coming back to us in such short order. Thank you. All right, third item, last item. Budget update. Mr. Reddy. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The final topic this evening is a budget update. And as our team assembles, we have Assistant City Manager Troy Bootsloff and our Director of Finance, Tom Kanar. Okay, members of council, I have a few opening comments. What I would like to do, I would like to just note to you that we are projecting for our fiscal year next year roughly a $4.2 million deficit. Now, what that means is that we have to make some serious course corrections to correct this deficit and take care of the issue at this point in time so we can adequately prepare for the budget in June that you will be approving. I would just note that the reasons for such a deficit are such things as our tourism is off because of things that we are all aware of as tourism. The stock market, as you know, has not been doing well. Increases in our health care for our workers, increases in workers' compensation, increases in our retirement, and several other factors. These have all co-conspired to cause us this $4 million deficit. My job as your city manager is to come to you with a balanced budget proposal, and that is something that I intend to do. What we have this evening is just the first phase of that balanced budget process. Unfortunately, what that requires is cuts. Cuts that hopefully are going to be somewhat transparent in service delivery to our citizens, but nonetheless cuts that are going to be layoffs. It's going to be decisive, and it's going to have to be reductions in expenditures. It's a strategy of attrition from position vacancies, some layoffs, and some reallocation of dollars. And we are also going to have to ask the assistance of our union and labor employment agencies to come to the table, and we are going to ask them to help us weather this storm so we can get back on track. But I would just also note that there's a paradox, and it's a paradox of fiscal philosophy, is that we are not in a mode of retrenchment, even though we're cutting back, because we have to keep our economic drivers and engines in this city going, so we're producing the revenue that keeps this city operating. So with that in mind, I would like to turn it over to Tom Kanar, and he'll run us through some of the budget numbers, and then we'd be happy to answer any of your questions. With that, Tom, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Good evening, Mr. Kanar.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. We have I think, a shortened presentation, and I won't go into quite so much detail as we did in February when we gave you the first run-through on the budget. To reprise the numbers that the city manager talked about, on page 1 of the handout that I gave you, it shows the revenue at about $50.9 million. It transfers in, and these are our latest estimates as of today. It transfers in a $600,000. Net appropriations or net spending next year of about 49.1, and transfers out a 6.5. That's a deficit going into next fiscal year, or our projections right now, of about $4.2 million. The estimate that I had given you is actually $4,226,000. The estimate I had given you back in February was $4,236,000. So not a lot changed. I mean, at least in total, we had some things go up and some things go down, and I'll just hit the highlights of those. On page 2 is a detail, a bit more detail of what we have there. I took the revenue estimate for the property taxes up a bit, a couple of percent higher than I had last time. It's based on continued high turnover of houses, some additional building. Building permits were very strong in March, or the first half of March, and we're hopeful that will continue. We took the transient occupancy tax up a little bit more than it was. Again, even with the Marquis Hotel being closed in January and some other things happening, I think these are realistic estimates. That was pretty much the major. And I did increase sales tax compared to where it was last time. The estimate from last time, we think we have some new sales tax generators that will be coming online, and that will help that figure. On the expenditure side, and you feel free, obviously, to stop me at any points here if you have specific questions. On the expenditure side, I plugged in what the actual numbers turned out to be after we did our budget review. The budget request actually came in at about $1,400,000 higher than I had estimated, so a lot of the review was just getting us back down to where I had originally estimated the numbers. On the good side, the PERS is about what we thought it would be, pretty close to where it was. Health insurance is a bit less than what we thought it was going to go up. We did a precise calculation for basically every employee in the city, health insurance and some of the dental and some of the other kinds of insurances, and came up with that number. And even though the rates are going up, the total cost is not going to go up as much as we had feared. On the opposite side of that, workers' compensation unfortunately offset that. And you'll see that same pattern on all these numbers. Some went up and some went down, and they kind of netted out to about the same thing. The one major increase that I had in here was in the convention center operations. Originally, I had hoped that we would continue our ability to reduce that budget, or the net cost of the convention center. In last February's presentation, I had estimated the cost for next year at $1.3 million. This represents the amount that was submitted by the convention center. I've had some discussions, a number of discussions with Jim Dunn, and unfortunately appears to be a realistic estimate given the current contract that we have and the current cost and revenue at the convention center. And that's how we got to $4.2 million deficit. Page 3 shows you some of the.
Tom, before you go,
certainly.
can you go to line 488155 and explain the $100,000? What is that? I'm just surprised to see 8155 back up on screen.
Right. You may recall, Mr. Mayor, when
page 2, line item 48, 8155. Thank you.
When we first, in effect, took over Assessment District 155 and refinanced it, there was some additional funds available that carried us through, but there's basically $100,000, actually it's a $200,000 a year shortfall on the debt service, and that represented the assessments that weren't being paid on the leases that had formerly been on Indian land and then had been canceled. So there was that cost there. Half of that cost is being paid for by the underwriter on the issue, and a substantial portion we recovered from the bond councils on that bond issue, or on the original bond issue, I should say. So there were people contributing towards that, and basically we avoided the cost, but that money's gone now, and we will have about $100,000 a year cost unless there's some development on those now vacant lease lands that would pay us the assessment. Otherwise, we're going to have this cost until I think it's 2009 when the bond issue was paid off.
Thank you. On item 4, line item 4, that's assumptive at this point? Because that's been flipping around a little bit.
We're talking about the loss of the Spa Hotel TOT?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, I have it cranked in here as a $700,000 a year loss, and you're right, it is presumptive. At this point, we were paid for January and February TOT kind of on an average of their last 5 years, but probably pretty close to what they collected during those 2 months. And again, refunded to them based on the old agreement, so in effect it was a de facto extension of the old agreement that we had with the Spa Hotel. But the information that we have says that this interim agreement is only good until June 30th. I took the most conservative approach here and said that if we lose all of the Spa Hotel TOT, this is the hit that we take.
$700,000.
Yes, sir.
You. Council, any other questions on this page before we turn? And you show no change, obviously, in item 31. No, not 31. I'm sorry. Where's VLF? You don't have VLF on here. Oh, yeah, there it is. Up on 6 or 7? 8.
Mr.
Right.
Mayor, there was some legislation that came down today on the VLF. Did you get it?
You're ahead of me, then. I haven't seen that one.
What do you got?
I haven't.
Last I heard, they're going to use the VLF. They're going to raise it, and then they're going to bond against it.
They won't touch it at least until the second review, budget review.
What are you projecting here, Tom?
That's based on our current revenue stream.
No change? Aside from you're not going to see the loss. You're not demonstrating loss.
Right.
Right, okay.
We think it would go up a little bit, actually.
So if the state somehow withdrew their funding, we'd have another hit.
The estimates that I saw, I mean, if they took everything away, and I don't think they could do that, they could take away the backfill, probably, portion of the motor vehicle in lieu tax. And I recall that was about $1.6 million on that.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Oden.
Says the governor has signed the mid-year spending reduction package of bills sent to him by the legislature. As we informed you last week, this legislation contains no cut in redevelopment funds or vehicle license fee funding for cities and county. The package is estimated to cut $3.3 billion this fiscal year and another $5.1 billion next year. There's discussion that perhaps in the revise in May that may change.
Tom, item 35. Thank you, Mr. Oden. Item 35 on the film festival. You have increased the $200,000?
That's correct. So from the standard $150,000 funding that we've been funding the film festival over the last 10, 11 years now, at council direction, we increased that to $200,000 by $200,000 to $350,000 for next fiscal year.
Okay. Okay. Council, any questions additional on page 2? Otherwise, we'll go to page 3. All right. What do you got here?
Well, page 3 just shows you the comparison of all of the revenue, and just to break down that $6 million figure that was on the previous page a little bit finer. Actually, the revenue estimates are pretty close to what I had last time. A couple of things I'd put in there. We moved the library fines, and it still says issuance fees, but it's actually just the library fines and some miscellaneous revenue from the library trust fund, where they had been deposited for about the last 3 or 4 years, into the general fund, under the theory that these were the functions that are performed are all paid for from the general fund, so we move the revenue there also. The passport issuance fees continue to be budgeted in the library trust fund.
I'm not really excited about that, but okay.
And the only other major change I made from the last time is on line 18, the police airport security reimbursement from the Transportation Safety Administration. We had shown this as a general fund expense and a general fund revenue, and we thought it was more appropriate to show it as an expense in the airport and let the airport get the revenue. So it's really a wash in terms of the effect on the budget. It just moves it to the airport, more of an accounting move than anything.
Okay, anything on 3? Let's go to 4 then.
Page 4, these are some possible, and I emphasize the word possible, budget balancers, because a lot of these things would have to be negotiated with contracts, either with bargaining units or with other entities. And our Assistant City Manager, Troy Butzoff, is going to talk a bit about the staffing changes. But we think that, depending on which of those you choose, and it would result in some staff reductions, that would save about $1.2 million. Put a line in there for no cost of living increase, cost of living adjustment for all the various bargaining units, the EX, which are basically the department heads and a few other people.
And again, I would just note that that is a request to be made. That is certainly not to be taken for granted. It's just a request to be made. It's here for discussion purposes only tonight.
Right.
Thank you.
To show what that would be if the cost of living adjustment was waived by those units that already have it in a contract that's still existing, or was not negotiated by those units that are up for negotiations. And those units are the management unit, MAPS, and the general unit. Their contracts expire June 30th. All the other contracts expire June 30th of 2004.
Okay.
We're also suggesting that possibly we could eliminate the unallocated council priorities, $75,000. You'll be seeing something, I think it may be on the next agenda, on the privatization of the street sweeping services. If it's not on the next, it'll be on the one after that.
Who's that privatized with? Sunline?
I think it's with a private company. It's not-
Independent?
Yeah.
For street or for?
Street sweeping.
Is it more competitive than Sunline?
Sunline could not propose because they're currently committed to other agencies and did not have the resources to provide services to the city of Palm Springs, and we have correspondence to that effect. So we had to go out into the private sector to find a potential vendor.
I only smile because I do work, as many of you know, in air quality. And I remember bringing home several hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy street sweepers for Sunline. Be nice if one of them could actually go through our streets and take care of us on our privatized effort. So that's been, I may want to see a copy of those correspondence just to see what kind of language is being used. And I'm not opposed to the privatization effort in some fashion, though.
Line 13 there, we're talking about perhaps reducing the management fee that the city pays to SMG for managing the convention center. Again, this is a contract that's coming up in June 30th of '03, and it's certainly subject to renegotiation. We would propose to eliminate the lobbyist fee. We took some of that out of the budget. This is the balance of it, so you wouldn't have any state or lobbyists in Sacramento or in Washington if we took
Takes
the
care
rest
of
this.
both?
That's right. Another proposal is to use the Economic Development Program for the increase in the film festival contract. As you may recall, last fiscal year, you appropriated $465,000. That money wasn't spent. It was continued into the current fiscal year, and it still remains unspent. And so that's a possibility to use that under the theory, obviously, that's the film festival is an economic development tool that you have. And we took a look at all the capital expenditures we have budgeted in the current fiscal year, and by basically eliminating projects that have been completed and have a bit of a balance left, we could save about $100,000, save it by the end of this fiscal year, and then transfer it next year. We'd also, one possibility is to retain in the general fund half of the amount that's normally dedicated to capital projects. There actually isn't anything in an ordinance that says it's a set dollar amount that we transfer. We have been transferring 10% of the sales tax money, roughly $700,000 a year to capital projects. Possibility of reducing that by half. So that would, in effect, it would increase the revenue in the general fund by $350,000.
But that would just be a one-year request.
And then we took a look at all of the cash balances in the various funds. We think that the facility maintenance fund will have a remaining cash balance. They've had some savings over the last couple of fiscal years, this year included, that would allow them to transfer money back to the general fund, $200,000. A similar situation in the PERS fund, in our pension cost fund, $100,000 there. And it shows it as a transfer in here from the Community Redevelopment Agency. We'd have to be a bit more formal about how we got that back, but that's essentially the money that the agency is saving by not refunding monies next fiscal year to the spa hotel. And all of that would get us about $3.8 million, or get at least within shouting distance of where we think the deficit would be. And Troy's got the detail on the budget reductions, or if you have any questions on this, on the staffing reductions.
That was that $910,000. Yeah, well.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, as Mr. Kennard said, I have done, in conjunction with the city manager's office, a worksheet entitled Budget Planning, which you have before you. Essentially, this matrix is divided into three categories. We have proposed staff reductions, proposed staff positions to be added, and proposed staff reclassifications. Cutting positions is never an easy task, and I know the city manager and myself have spent many hours laboring over this particular worksheet, deciding how to best approach this. However, we feel what we've prepared is a workforce reduction plan that utilizes a combination of vacancies and pending retirements to maximize savings without laying off employees or reducing city services. Unfortunately, even our best efforts in utilizing existing vacancies and retirements still fell short of our revenue goals. And as a result, we are proposing the elimination of 7 filled positions. And what I'd like to do is walk you through those positions that we are actually are targeting for proposed layoff. If you look under the first category, proposed staff reductions, you'll notice it's divided by department and position. The positions that are vacant are indicated the positions that are filled and slated for layoff are indicated in bold and italics. The 7 that are currently filled that we are seeking direction for on laying off include the street maintenance supervisor, the information services specialist, the senior library assistant, a recreation program assistant, a recreation program coordinator, the facilities maintenance supervisor, risk manager, and the safety special programs manager. Those positions are currently filled. There's a number of positions that are also identified on here that are filled, but we're not asking that they be cut from the budget. We're simply asking that a portion of their salary be adjusted and taken out of the general fund and funded through other funding sources, such as funding 50% of the economic development administrator through the public arts fund, and funding 50% of the Director of Public Affairs through a variety of other funding sources that are not general fund related, and thus there will be no impact to the general fund. As a result of the positions that we're recommending to be eliminated, of course, that has a residual effect. That will require both the addition of certain staff positions and the reclassification of other positions to take care of some of the job responsibilities that are going to be transferred. As a result of that, you'll see underneath the proposed staff reclassifications a number of positions that we are suggesting be reclassified to handle some of the job responsibilities that will be transferred from positions that are being proposed for layoff. I don't want to go through all those, but you can take a look through those, and I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding that. If you turn to page 2 of the matrix, you'll see that the bottom line here is reflected as follows. If we do all the proposed staffing reductions, the total savings to the city in salary and benefits amounts to $1,531,742. With the 2 additional staff positions that are being recommended, you have an increase of $166,333. But we are also seeking $57,847 in reductions due to proposed reclassifications of personnel. The net savings for fiscal year 03-04, based upon our calculations, is estimated at $1,423,256 for the positions that we're recommending to be cut from the budget, as well as the additional staffing and reclassifications as noted in this matrix. As Mr. Kennard had also indicated, the city staff would also be seeking from the bargaining units a cost of living give back to the city that roughly amounts to close to $800,000. You have roughly $550,000 in the 3 units, or excuse me, the 2 units that are up for negotiation this current year, and that is the MAPS and general unit, and then an additional $260,000 from the police management, police, and fire management and fire safety units. So if the city were able to both achieve the cost savings that we're estimating in the total savings as well as the additional rollback in cost of living adjustment, we would realize close to a $2 million budget savings in fiscal year 03-04. And with that, members of the City Council, I would be happy to answer questions regarding that, but I'd also like to ask Ms. Mills, who's our Director of Human Resources, to explain the city's layoff procedures to understand how those procedures would apply to the positions that we're recommending to be eliminated.
And of course, they didn't tell me this beforehand, so this is like all off the top of my head.
We have this.
Yes.
If that helps. Okay.
Okay. Personnel Rule 13.3.4 requires that the city manager give affected employees at least 30 calendar days notice of impending layoff. What this sheet you have in front of you does not reflect is that a number of employees do have the right to bump positions. So once we notice the employees, two things happen. We notice the individual employee of their layoff. We also notice their bargaining unit, at which time we would start to meet and confer with that bargaining unit over the impacts of the layoffs. The individual employees, if they're eligible to bump, start this procedure where they sort of bump down through the organization into, and it's a rather complex procedure that we're going to have to go through. And we have some work to do. I can't tell you exactly how it's going to work out.
Okay.
So essentially, what you need from us is an unfortunate nod.
Because
so that
of the
you can-
time frames.
Because of your timing.
Question is, going to give a nod tonight on a study session?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I just needed to inform the council that I needed to get the layoff notices the first week of April. All these reclassifications, these will come to you during the council's regular budget process, so I don't need any action on those this evening. I just want to let you know they'll be coming to you in the budget process.
Okay. Comprehensive plan. We're doing layoff notices. We're collapsing certain positions. We're compressing as best we can the existing structure, holding on to as many people as possible. As we're doing that, what's the position on hiring? Obviously, you're letting go people on one side, you're opening the door for somebody else on the other. How are you handling that? Is there a hiring freeze?
Mr. Mayor, I have imposed a hiring freeze until I was able to give council an update tonight of our position, and we were able to get a handle on how many people what our savings what we were able to accomplish through our plan this evening. However, we have been hiring those positions that were absolutely essential, for example, dispatchers and personnel in the jail. There are those positions that fall somewhere in the middle. For example, there are a couple police vacancies that we're struggling with right now. However, as you know, the Budget Task Force is going to begin its work, I believe, next week. And that is one of the issues they are going to address. Their recommendations will be coming back to you probably within a month. And again, depending upon what the bargaining unit's response is to the request for the COLA cutback for 1 year, that will obviously make the dynamic different, and the Budget Task Force will have to recommend some further cuts, or staff will. That's kind of the long answer to say, should we continue the hiring freeze or not? I suspect non-essential positions or essential positions will be the criteria that I use. And again, the hiring freeze will be partially in effect until such time.
Okay, let's assume we get past this somehow. Okay? Trying to be optimistic. We get through the hiring freeze and we start hiring again. Is there an ability for you, all of you, to give us all some kind of a report on the potential of a two-tiered hiring, whereby you'd keep the existing personnel at their current levels, and then new hires would deal with a different set of parameters when it comes to benefits, and then you define where those benefits can be adjusted, whether it's PERS or insurance or any other things that qualify. what the implications would be on several fronts, not just financially, but on the morale and the structure within the organization. Can you give us a briefing? Because it's being discussed, if you will, in some of the other government quarters I'm in. If I could get some kind of a briefing at this time.
The answer, I think, Mayor, the answer to that is obviously those are bargaining unit issues, and as we go into the negotiations, I think that is fair game to be on the table. Unfortunately, that isn't going to help the immediate problem, but indeed that is on the table for the long-term solution.
Okay. I'd like to see how that might work, though. Again, just what does it mean? I mean, it looks simple on paper mathematically, but what's the full implication? What does it do to you when you recruit? What does it do to you with regards to morale? You've got sort of a strata now inside the organization. I got the higher benefits, you got the lower benefits. How does that work? But it's being discussed. And I suggest to you that based on the earlier presentation, when you start talking about the COLAs on some of these, on the units, you know, it's a $910,000 increase this year. So I'm not suggesting we don't look at COLAs and we look at increases, but when we don't have money, it's real difficult to keep things in a status quo. So I'm just suggesting we look at different ways, that's all. $4.2 million starts to look like real money after a while, you know. So I think the council has an interest in looking at new, innovative ways to present this. So, other comments, Mr. Oden?
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question on the hiring. What would be an essential or an emergency? What would constitute that, and how would you communicate that to us?
Mr. Oden, the essential would be, for example, a dispatcher would be an essential operation. For example, in the police department, obviously, the function is a couple. What will that do to overtime? And again, in my mind, what's that going to do to the level of service? Right now, we have done everything we can not to cut any police or fire service. The cuts that we have done will not be in the safety forces. We have done everything we can to protect those. So right now, I don't think the community will see any effect there. But as the next round of cuts occurs, if the next round will occur, they may very well see. So I would say that if we don't send the next 2 police candidates to training, we probably will be able to cover that. But beyond that, there'll probably be a change in service. And what I need to do actually is I will probably keep council informed on these decisions, and actually we are in negotiations with a couple of the units, and the other discussions I have with the other bargaining units will be part of your closed session agenda.
Okay, I'm sure that the Budget Committee will be getting some information back to us. Considering the situation that we're facing, it's I know that some of the proposed staff reclassifications are just that, they're just proposed, but when you're looking at addressing, you know, 4.2 million and cuts and increases, even though they may not even though they may, even though there are differences in terms of work duties and responsibilities, it's still a little difficult to justify that proposal when you're cutting other people. But we'll look at this along with the recommendations of the Budget Committee when it returns. Thank you.
Additional requests? Got 2 minutes, huh?
2 minutes.
When we talk about hiring freezes and the implications of those freezes, I'd like further information based on the following. If we freeze a position and we don't change that which we define as the minimum staffing or the workload or however you want to categorize it, we go into overtime mode in one sense, and there's a cost implication, and I'd like to know what that is. Or we don't have the staff to do the tasks that we had hoped to get done. I'd like to get a definition as to what tasks are not getting done. So we're freezing positions, and I would like to know, what does that do to the organization? Again, nothing's going to be status quo, so explain to me in detail what gets hit. especially on the overtime with the public safety units. We've got staffing requirements there that we have instructed, design us public safety at this level. If we don't staff you based on vacancies and otherwise, and you want to maintain the staffing level and the service level, you got overtime costs. And we have had discussions historically about, at the end of the year, finding out we have large overtime costs. So I'd like to know about that before we get to that big number. And if you can explain that to the council as to what it would mean, then we can say, well, in that case, hire that person because it's cheaper in the long run. Or we'll reduce the staffing because we're going to reduce the service level. But we have to have some clear direction based on the information you give us. I couldn't tell you right now what to do with that because I don't know what happens when I wave my hand left versus right. Left versus right. Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question about...
Oh, it's 11 o'clock. We have to ask if we can go on. Okay,
Is it
great.
okay, Jeannie? Okay, thanks.
1 minute.
You got a time qualifier with Mr. Roden. You get a minute, pal.
What, call for the question again? Okay, Mr. Oden getting punchy. We gotta end it here. Troy, under your proposed staff reductions, is that including all empty vacancies currently in each department? In other words, spots that are budgeted for that are not currently filled?
No, it does not.
Wouldn't that play into here?
It is on. Thank you. Sue, would you like to perhaps answer the vacancy issue?
You know, maybe we can get a vacancy
Maybe
report.
we could get a report on that next time.
There's an ability to get a vacancy report. Yeah?
We have a vacancy report.
Okay.
Some of the positions that are not on Troy's list are not in the general fund. That's why they're not on this list.
I was really referring in general because we're going to be seeing a task force recommendations coming here in a few weeks that affects building, engineering, and planning, and I was really curious to see where we stand in those departments. So,
I want a vacancy report. Well, it's budget. If it's a budget question, it's a good one to bring forward.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think I would also like something from the departments, and I know this is a difficult time and it's difficult to make any cuts at all. But if we're looking at vacancies, there may be some departments that are not working at what they may even consider an efficient level of service because maybe you have too few people doing too many things. So if we could get something, but for me, this really needs to be realistic. I don't want it just to be a defense of, I don't want to lose anyone, but reality, what it takes for them to function and to perform efficiently and to provide the services to the community.
Okay. These are difficult and challenging times for all of us, so just be patient with us as we try to figure out what is going on. It's a big picture, requires a lot of analysis. We appreciate all the effort we get from staff, compiling the data and the information, and we will work with you and with, obviously, our finance task force to get, hopefully, the best direction for the community. Okay? Anything else, Mr. Reddy?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Council, anything else? Well, it's 11:03. Seeing no further business before the council, we'll stand adjourned. Thank you. Good night.